Hello, hello. It is, what is today? It is Saturday the 24th of August of 2019, and I'm hoping my stream works today, because it did not work last week. I had like really bad packet loss to Twitch and YouTube and basically everything, and I'm trying something different today, so we're streaming at a lower upload rate. And it seems to make things better. We'll see if that changes things. But I have some plans to like either upgrade my service or get an electrician out to look at it. Because I got a technician out from my service provider, and they showed up and like tweaked some stuff and played with some wires, and basically everything looked fine. There was one thing that he noted, and that there was voltage coming through the cable lines, which are not supposed to have any voltage. So that was suspect, which is why he recommended an electrician. But I haven't followed up on that because I've been busy the rest of the week. But we haven't dropped any frames so far, so I'm hoping the quality continues like that, and we'll have a smooth stream. But if it's blurry, now you know why, because I've decreased the bitrate. Let's see, what did I work on between then and now? I didn't. So last stream we finished up the not GitLab. We want GitLab. Last stream we finished up the PR to flake8, which switched from optparse to argparse. Which was kind of a large branch, but it got there in the end. I basically was able to swap out the interface from optparse to argparse by reusing some APIs that were previously in flake8. It worked out pretty well. And last stream we just cleaned up all of the deprecated stuff so that moving forward it'll always use argparse, and it won't trigger the warnings that happen when you use the shims. But after that, I made a pretty cool... Oh, that's not what I want. How do I do this? I made a pretty cool patch to flake8, which makes plugins help messages show up in their own sections. So, where's the example? Did I not put an example here? Pretty sure... Oh, maybe that was in the issue? Yeah, it was in the issue. Yeah, so now, like, the McCabe options show up here, the PyFlakes options show up here, and so now it's a lot more clear which tool's options go where. Before, they were all just, like, intermixed with everything else. Hard to really know what was going on, but this is, in my opinion, much better than it was before. That was one thing I worked on after trying to stream and failing miserably because of frame drop. Which, speaking of frame drop, we're dropping a bunch of frames right now. Why? You're dropping frames? No. Well, as I said, it's probably not fixed. My internet still has problems, but hopefully it'll be less of a problem. So we just dropped, I don't know, 10 seconds of frames. Yeah, still buffering in 2019. It's so sad too, because I feel like I can do nothing about it. So I feel completely powerless. But hopefully either the electrician will fix it or contact whatever. Get my upload speed changed, because I apparently can pay for higher upload speed, but it shouldn't be my upload speed because I'm paying for 10 megabits per second up, and I'm trying to stream at less than 1, which should not be a problem. But anyway, that's some of the stuff I did last week. I also worked on some Python 3.10 stuff, more version breakage things here. So I just went through the PyPA projects because I felt like they were the the most important to fix for the community at large, to make sure that things aren't broken when this version comes to exist. I found a couple of little things. This one was super minor. It was just like the version command was broken. Quick easy fix. Most of these are quick easy fixes, just like switch from sys.version slices to version info. That one was easy. The wheel one probably doesn't affect anyone, because I don't know that anyone is actually using this egg to wheel thing. But nice one character change there to fix that one. This one I didn't have to change. Technically it would break if Python 10 ever existed, but I don't think Python 10 is going to exist for any time soon, so that one was fine. And then I had a fix for setup tools, but that one hasn't been merged yet. This one actually matters, because without this, there's a lot of stuff that's broken. In particular, package resources, which gets used for a lot of entry point parsing and all that other stuff. This is broken, and so this fixed it. But yeah, it was mostly just like the same fix over and over. Eggs were broken, surprise. Setup tools' own setup.py is broken, which is super meta, but no, I'm hoping someone will review this eventually. If not, I have my friends that work on this project, and I'll just poke them directly and get me the +1 that I deserve. Python 2.7.10, yeah. Fortunately, most things don't care about the third segment of the version number, but yeah. I think Python 10 will eventually exist, but it's unclear. Well, unless we just stay on the 3 series forever, and then eventually they'll drop the 3 and bump the version over, probably. A couple other things that I worked on. It turns out that overload... Oh man, this is annoying. We released PyTest 5.1, which started adding Python type annotations. But it turns out that in Python 3.5.0, the very, very early versions of CPython, CPython 3.5, the typing module went under, or had a bunch of changes to it. In particular, where's the list of things? In particular, it misses a bunch of functions and stuff. Like in 3.5.0, it's this list of things. In 3.5.2, a bunch of things got added, but like it's very different. But it turns out that overload, the function decorator, let's see Python 3 typing. I'll an example here. Yeah, the overload decorator allows you to describe different ways that you would call a function. But in 3.5.0, this just always crashes. It raises a runtime error that it's not supposed to be called, but what it should have done is replace the function with something that shouldn't be called. The implementation was not quite right the first time, and so I had to, well, we broke PyTest, and then I had to, and then I decided to add special detection for overload in my flake8 plugin, which makes sure that your typing imports are correct. And so I added support for that here, and now there's another code that complains about overload if you use it in this version of Python. The idea behind this tool is that you shouldn't need to test against Python 3.5. We can statically figure out all the problems, but I haven't quite figured out all the problems yet, so that's still not quite there. Like there's some other problem with like unions and pattern, but here I'll show you an example from typing import overload. Say it's int to int, and yeah, exactly. This is what happened. At import time, you would get this runtime error, but this is supposed to just do nothing here, and this is supposed to just be a definition that does nothing. The other one that I saw, I think, is it union and pattern? I think it was union and pattern. pattern stir. Yeah. Yeah, so for some reason, union is broken for things that have pattern in them, maybe? Stir int, yeah, stir int works fine, but like stir. What about this? Oh, it even collapses the union. That's kind of cool. Yeah, this works fine. So there's something about pattern that, like, not a class or it's generic or something that breaks stuff. Let me try list. From typing import union, or no, not union, list. Union of list stir. That works fine. Yeah, it claps stir int into stir int. That makes sense because a union of stir and a union of stir should just be a union of stir. Oh, in fact, it collapses it all the way to stir. Works fine too. I don't understand. Is it any stir that it's mad about? I don't know. But there's something about pattern that's just broken. So I probably have to make a special exception for union of pattern. Is subclass argument 1 must be a class? Who knows? Anyway, I need to fix that eventually, but I haven't gotten to it. So let me make an issue for myself so I remember to do that. Uh, 3, 5, 0, or 1. Union of pattern. Stir. Raises an error. Need to make sure this gets quoted instead of left unquoted. Let's copy and paste that example. Should be good. This is a bug? Nah, it's a feature. Sure, and if someone wants to work on it, sure. It's maybe not the easiest thing to work on though. Like, I think in order to fix this, probably would have to add a new visitor method. The visitor's pretty straightforward. You would just do like visits, what, slice? Guess I can give some hints about how someone would go about this. Slice? Subscript. Hey, Sarcastic Dante resubbed for 3 months. Twitch took my money at 11 PM. I was dead confused where it went. Nice, and I actually got the notification this time, so... Streamlabs has their shit together. Anyway, thank you very much again for subscribing. You're my most consistent viewer, so thank you for that. What was I saying here? Oh yeah. It gives someone a hint in case somebody wants to work on this. I don't know that I'm gonna have time to work on it. Hey, what's up, Yoav? You'll get it right the 3rd time. Then is to add a visit subscript here, and then record the error in this flake8 plugin. They need to check for pattern exactly. They may be other types. have problems as well. Nice thing about suggesting quoting is it won't show up in AST because they're just strings. Anyway, there's an issue with some help. I just want to say hello. We'll see the stream tomorrow. Oh, cool. Yeah. And it'll be up on YouTube. You'll probably have fewer drop frames than this. Oh, this is an old issue of mine. Why is it telling me this as a notification? Like what? This is from 2017. What are you doing, GitHub? Unless there's a new comment at the bottom? Oh, here's a new comment. With Python 2 being retired in 4 months, solution making stuff is to drop Python future. I mean, yeah, I guess, like, don't use Python future, but that's the solution today also. Okay, but what I actually wanted to work on today is, what did I want to work on today? Oh, GitHub Actions, which I finally got opted into, but I did it wrong. So I have GitHub Actions on my primary account, but I don't have them in the pre-commit org, so I can't play with them here, but I can play with them on my other account. So we'll play with him on my main account. Hey, what's up, FishMonkey147? Thank you for the follow. Yeah, so I kind of goofed there. I forgot to request the beta for this account, which is where I actually want them. But I think I'll be able to still build what I want, and then when this gets opted in, I'll be able to use it there. But I know nothing about GitHub Actions, so we're gonna learn together today. Let me take some repo that I don't care about as much, and we'll probably do the demo there. FishMonkey says, hey, always love to see Python stuff. Nice. Well, hopefully I'll actually write some code this stream. This is normal for me. I write too many things, and so it gets mad at me. Let's see. Pipe sources. Yeah, we can probably just demo it on this. This is small and recent and Python 3 only and pretty simple. Okay. Getting started with GitHub Actions. Choose a workflow to build, test, and deploy your code, make code reviews, branch management, issue triage the way you want. Cool. I'm glad that the tool that I maintain is their suggested thing to get started with. Does repo have a bunch of actions? Starter workflows. Okay. Each template must be written in YAML and have a .yaml extension. Each template needs a corresponding properties.json with extra metadata. Metadata. Okay, let's talk about automation. Greetings.yaml. This is a Docker image? What is this? runs on this steps, uses action slash. Oh my goodness. Seems like it's going to be. The documentation and support for HCL syntax and GitHub actions will be removed on this. Documentation for the new public beta using YAML is on this. Okay, so this is what we want. Getting started with GitHub actions. I don't want to read all this. GitHub hosts Linux, macOS, and Windows virtual environments to run your workflows. A GitHub service in each virtual environment that waits for... Oh, that's what a runner is. When a runner picks up a job, it runs the job's actions and reports progress logs and final results back to GitHub. What is HCL? I think it's... Well, if it's the same HCL that I know, it's the syntax that Terraform uses. Yes. Which is this like JSON-like thing that kind of looks like this. It's its own special DSL. Let's see. Why did they do this? Why not JSON or YAML? Ruby. That's why. Ruby is why. Yeah, it sounds, I mean, I don't know. It sounds like they probably had good reasons. I mean, I tried to make my own configuration language at one point, but never really finished it. For similar reasons, because like JSON is not quite enough, but YAML is way too much. So I wrote like a little config language. The other idea is I wanted it to be round trip rewritable, and I wanted nice things like trailing commas, bare word keys, and anyway, this is what the syntax ended up looking like. Like it was kind of like YAML in some ways, and it was kind of like Python in some ways, and a bunch of different integer literals, float literals. 6.02 times 10 to the 23rd. I know that number. And Unicode escapes, but basically like, I don't know, it was kind of like Python syntax, but intended to be JSON-ish enough. But in the end, it was all dumb. Yeah, the idea was that it was not really a smart approach to this. It was just supposed to be a very simple config language, but not like the spec fits on this smallish README, and like this is the full syntax example. Like you don't need 82 pages of specification like YAML does to to describe the config language, but I never finished it. Well. Okay, event. A specific activity that triggers a workflow run, pushes a commit, or when issue or pull request is created. So what we want to try and get today is pull request creation. Lua spec is 18 pages, really? Lua specification. Reference manual. English. Oh, there's no just like, I want the full doc. Oh, I think this will just give me the full. It says 100 sheets of paper. A little bit more, but it's concerning to me that the scope of the Lua docs is almost the same as the scope of YAML. Oh, that's a manual. Sure. Well, I don't know what I'm looking for then. Oh, the like syntax description. The syntax specification for Lua. That's the reference manual. Anyway, YAML is insane. That's all I really wanted to say. Okay, so the event that we're gonna try and work on today is a pull request. So my goal is to should use my new chat command, set project. Building a GitHub action to automatically run pre-commit to modify pull requests. Or to auto fix pull requests. Damn it. What's the command? Oh, it's set today. Oh, I don't even know my own chatbot. Clearly. Set today. And today. Okay. Just so you guys can see what I did on chat. Well, you guys can see, but YouTube can't, so this is for YouTube. I goofed while running my own special chat command up here, and then I ran. Chat pause due to scroll. Anyway, okay, so the event that we care about is pull request, so hopefully we'll be able to do something with that. Artifact. Artifacts are the files created when you build and test your code. They might include blah 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 blah. But if I get that working, I also want to see about continuous integration and see what we can do there. The other thing is, if I get this working, we'll probably end up using this at work, which would be pretty cool. Discovering actions in the GitHub community. Okay, so eventually I guess I would publish to here. Or I would contribute to here. GitHub actions for interacting with Docker. That's like workflows with Docker. Hey, what's up, Jasher Fort? Hello world to you too. I don't care about migration. I just want get started. Usage limits. Oh, this is probably something that's important. I'm French. Nice. And I probably mispronounced that, so I'm very sorry. Can you share your GitHub repo? Sure. This is my user, and this is the primary project that I work on. But I also work on a bunch of other stuff. I think it's down in the description below, now that I think about it. But yeah, I work on a lot of Python stuff, so you've probably, if you've worked in Python, you've probably used my tools at some point. Okay, usage limits. You can execute up to 20 workflows per repository, and you can execute up to 1,000 API requests in an hour across all actions within a repository. That's easy. Each job in a workflow can run for up to 6 hours. Don't care about that. You can run up to 20 jobs concurrently per repository across all workflows. That's pretty, that's a lot. This is like way higher than the Azure Pipelines requirements here. How do you keep that consistency with all those commits? Oh, you mean like how do I not burn out on, I can't spell my own name. You mean how do I not burn out while doing all of these things? It's a good question. There's some days where I do nothing. Apparently there's only one in the last year though. It's a little bit different if you look at private tab. No, not print. Keyboard shortcut for private windows, Control-Shift-P in Firefox, but it's Control-Shift-N in Chrome. I guess it's a little, there's a few more days where I do nothing, if you just look at public contributions. But Lyft does development through GitHub, so that's why there's a discrepancy between this number and this number. Yeah, I spent a lot of time in open source. Oh wait, this is, one of these is different. Oh, I think I just did publicly. But anyway. But yeah, I work on a lot of different things. Most of them are Python related, so like PyTest, flake8, pyflakes, precommit, libstats Python, talks, Dead Snakes, which is Ubuntu backports. Weren't you on vacation though? Yeah, I think these 3 days was when I was on vacation. Oh wait, no, that was the beginning of July. This week I was on vacation. Which, like, yikes. Oh, I guess you can... no, I don't know how you'd be able to see that. I would want to do, like, the subtraction of, like, only my... Oh, maybe if I click on this, we can see just my lift contributions. Is that loading? That works? Some vacation. Oh yeah, so you can see I'm a little bit more consistent about when I contribute to lift stuff, so I'm pretty good about not doing so much on the weekends, but also... Oh, this was vacation. Okay, this was legitimate vacation, where I did nothing. I don't know why I did lift stuff on these days, though, because I took these days off. But I'm pretty consistent here. Oh, this is vacation. Cool. And this is Christmas. Cool. I sometimes take some time off. I was sick this week. Yeah. But anyway, I need to get better about contributing pre-commit more, I think. It's like, this is super inconsistent. Although you can see my these. Is this Saturday or is this Saturday? This would be Sunday. These would be Saturdays. Oh. I guess not as consistent. What's my favorite project? My favorite project is pre-commit. I spend the most time working on this. I built it from scratch. The cool thing, I mean, the TLDR pitch about it is you hook up a bunch of linters using some configuration, and it knows how to install them and then run them, and it just works. Well, most of the time it just works. And you can use it to, like, validate stuff in CI. You don't have to worry about installation, so you don't have to manage a bunch of virtual and stuff. It'll do that all for you. And it works for a bunch of different programming languages. This is just an example for Python, but it also knows things about, like, Ruby, Go, JavaScript, Swift, even a bunch of other stuff. That's my baby. GitHub Actions should not be used for illegal crypto mining. Serverless computing. What does that even mean? Worry about security. Wait, what was I talking about security? What do you mean security? Oops, wait. Activity that compromises GitHub users or GitHub services. Any other activity unrelated to the production, testing, deployment, or publication of software associated with the repository. Oh, you read about the issue with tags. There's tags. I don't know. If you use the caches properly, it's not actually a security problem. And if you use SHAs, there's no problem. It's just cloning from Git. But it's not all that different from any other clone that you would do from Git. I don't know that people spend a bunch of time being like, oh, which master did I clone? Is it the revision that I actually thought about? Anyway. There's a whole long... I know what you're referring to. You're referring to this issue, which has some merit, but at the same time, like... I cloned pre-commit, am I hacked now? Like, that was basically my point. It was like... yeah, it's like not all that different from a Git hook. Or, not a Git hook, a Git clone. I don't know where the other discussion is about this, because this is not the first time that I've had this discussion. But it's kind of funny. He went through and actually switched to 40 char SHAs and, like, each their own. Anyway. Contacting support. GitHub premium support. What is premium support? Oh, it just took me to enterprise support because I think I'm an admin on an enterprise account. This one. Oh, yeah, they're different. That's wild. My credit card was declined. Very important things. Whoa. You can select which account. Interesting. It's interesting to me that the ordering of... Oh, where's that tab? Is it gone? Closed it? The ordering of GitHub organizations is by creation date. So you can see, like, the SAS org was created before the Lyft org, and pre-commit was created before all these other ones. It's kind of tiny tidbits. That's how these get sorted. But pre-commit existed before PyTest. It's not true, but the org did, at least. Where... Are the docs for actions just, like, really awful? Configuring a workflow. This is what I want. Workflows are custom automated processes that... sorry, I got distracted. I remembered that my music is not going to loop, and so I had to click the button that makes it loop. Otherwise, it would have just stopped, and then nobody wants that. Let's see. For more information, see this. We already looked at that. You can create more than one workflow in a repository. You must store workflows in this directory. Okay. Workflows must have at least one job, and jobs contain a set of steps. Okay. Creating a workflow file. All right, this is what we're gonna get started with. Space. Flake8 typing imports. Create a new .yaml file for your workflow in the directory. Okay. github/workflow. What do we want to call it? Precommit.yaml. Use the workflow syntax for GitHub Actions reference. Commit those changes to a branch where you want your workflow to run. Grab this. Our example. Workflow is triggered. Ons do we have? I think we want to do on pull request. Name. Pre-commit. Jobs build. Job name is greeting. We're just gonna also call this pre-commit. Job runs on Linux. Cool. Checkout. Hopefully this will clone the repo. We'll look at this later. This step uses the Hello World action stored in this workflows repository. Oh, there's cron syntax. Maybe I can use this to... Actually, that reminds me, I should just opt in that account. github.com. Is it just /actions? No. This one. Sign up for the beta. I'm just gonna do this for Dead Snakes because I've wanted to use cron. But I've learned that my cron hack for Dead Snakes isn't working. So I have this repository that's supposed to produce nightly builds, and it's no longer working. As Azure Pipeline's crons are like super broken. This cron schedule does not run unless I either commit code or view the output of the build job, which like I don't know why I would do that. That seems like a weird prerequisite, but I decided to make a hack, and it turns out the hack doesn't work. The hack was just, oh well, if I need to make a code change, I'll just commit a code change. But it turns out this isn't enough to trigger this. But the funny thing is, so it hasn't built in a couple of days because it just stopped building. But if I view this link, which is this build which got cancelled, the job running on the host exceeded the maximum execution time of 60. Aw, I didn't know. Why did this take so long? I didn't know that was the maximum execution time. Maybe that's why it's failing. Because it didn't actually run the hack. Maybe that's why it's failing. Can I extend the execution time? Yeah, what the fuck? This says 360 minutes. Avoiding of resources, it's a good idea to set a limit on how long your job is allowed to run, using the job timeout setting to specify the limit in minutes. Job setting the value to 0 means that the job can run forever on self-hosted, 6 hours on public. Yeah, that's what I expect it to be. The default is 60 minutes. Well, let me just fix this then. Workspace, Dead Snakes. That's a property on the job. Timeout in minutes, 120? Like double the time that it was before? Increase the job timeout to 120 minutes. Windows XP VM with Visual Studio apparently takes less RAM than Eclipse. That's no surprise at all. Did it schedule this build? I want to let me scroll over. Oh, 3 in a row failed though. Oh, but we got our brand new build with our increased job time. So maybe this will kick that again and start rerunning. But anyway, I'm on a tangent. I eventually want to enable crons for that, and if Azure Pipeline's crons don't work, then maybe GitHub Actions will work. Although, what was the limits they talked about? About usage limits. 6 hours. Huh, sounds familiar. Probably the same deal. Okay, the crowns, I got distracted. A workflow is made up of one or more jobs. Jobs run in parallel by default. To run jobs sequentially, you can define dependencies. Each job must have an ID. The key job ID is a string and its value is a map of the job's configured data. You must replace job ID with a string that is unique to the job socket. Start with a letter underscore and can contain only alphanumeric characters, dash, or underscore. Very cool. So we have a name, right? Jobs build. Needs. This is for dependencies. We don't care about that. Runs on. The type of virtual host to run the job on. Each job runs with a fresh instance of the VM. Oh. Does this mean Azure Pipelines has 1804? No. But I'm pretty sure GitHub Actions is just built on top of Azure Pipeline. So this is confusing to me. But Ubuntu latest is probably fine. Which smile? Are you messing with me? Am I smiling too much about Azure Pipelines? Let's see. So steps is where we care about stuff. Secrets. How do we configure secrets? We'll have to worry about that eventually. Run commands, run setup tests, blah blah blah. Cool. Oh, is this a GitHub repo? That would be cool. Seems it is not. Where's their hello world? Maybe I can just read. Job contains a sequence of tasks called steps. Steps can run commands, blah 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 blah. Or an action published in a Docker registry. Oh. Oh, is this a Docker? Docker container? Docker. That would be cool. Action slash hello world. Nope. No idea what that one is. Not all steps run actions, but all actions are run as a step. I'm not going to try and think about that sentence too hard. Each step runs in its own process in the virtual environment and has access to the workplace and file system. Because steps are run in their own process, changes to environment variables are not preserved between steps. It provides built-in steps to set up and complete a job. You can run unlimited number of steps as long as you're within the workflow usage limit. Steps have a unique ID. Okay. Yeah, this is exactly the same syntax as Azure Pipelines, so makes sense. Injuries done. Uses. Here's where we care about. Selects an action to run as part of a step in your job. An action is a reusable unit of code you can use an action to find in the same repository as the workflow, a public repository, or a published Docker container image. I strongly recommend that you include the version of the action you are using by specifying a getref, SHA, or Docker tag number. If you don't specify a version, it could break your workflows. That makes sense. I scrolled the stream trying to scroll down what you're reading. Oh, that's funny, recursive chat. Sorry, I'm a slow reader. I'm trying to understand this stuff while I'm reading it. Okay, pin stuff. Cool. Got it. Actions are either what? Why are they JavaScript files? Why do I have to write? I don't want to write JavaScript. Example using a public action. Okay, so we can make a repository for this. Maybe action/hello world is from npm. Oh, that could be it. Oh wait, did it talk about npm? I didn't even see that. I don't know where this hello world comes from. But setup node sounds like a thing that I saw earlier. Yeah. Oh, look at this fancy thing. This is what I want to get done out of this. But I think it means I have to write JavaScript. Which, I don't want to write JavaScript. JavaScript's not terrible. I just don't want to. How do they... Oh, action.yaml? Is this how you say that you're a thing? That's node version. Oh. Deprecated option, do not use. Okay. Thing. So this is what we eventually want to set up, is some repository that provides one of these things. So like, I can probably actually just set up the repo already. Pre-commit. New repository. Pre-commit / get a PR action. Which pushes a github action which pushes auto-fixed changes to pull requests. What? There's 2 watchers already? Oh, I guess Molly and Chris have auto watch on. I don't like the name of this already. Let me rename it. What do I want to call it? Actually, does it make sense to use this anywhere outside of pull request? Because if then I can just shorten it to GitHub action. My problem is I don't want to block out a namespace of future updates if I wanted to add more GitHub actions, so... we'll go with this for now. But I do want to just like get a hello world breaking first, and then we'll start diving into JavaScript. Example using an action in the same repository as the workflow. Oh, so you can have them in subdirectories? Oh, Okay, cool. Then we'll just rename that repo to GitHub Actions. GitHub. All this GitHub Actions. Then how do I change the description? Oh, one thing I don't like about GitHub is it doesn't render the description until you have commits. So I'll need to make a commit and push that. We can just do that. Oh, I mismatched quotes. GitHub action. Sure. Sounds good. Okay. I don't know why they have to be JavaScript, but might also make sense to use Docker. Enable using a Docker public registry action. Runs command line program using the operating system shell. What? Oh, Python is supported. Then why did I have to write JavaScript? Maybe I can just write some small JavaScript that calls Python for me. That'll be easier. Blah blah blah. A map of input parameters defined by the action. Each input parameter is a key value pair. Input parameters are set as environment variables. The variable is prefixed with input underscore and converted to uppercase. So we will need some sort of credentials to be able to push to GitHub. With.args, a string that defines the inputs for a Docker container. GitHub passes the args to the container's entry point when the container starts up. An array of strings is not supported by this parameter. Args are used in place of the command instruction in the Docker file. If you use command in your Docker file, use the guidelines ordered by preference. Not either. And this is where this comes into play. Sets environment variables for steps. Public actions may specify expected environment variables in a README file. If you are setting a secret in an environment variable, you must set secrets using the secrets context. Okay, let's look at these two subheadings. Creating and using secrets. Secrets are encrypted environment variables created in a repository and can only be used by GitHub Actions. A secret is available to any action that includes it in the workflow file. Name cannot contain spaces on GitHub, blah 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 blah. Type a name for your secret, click add secrets. With the exception of GitHub tokens, secrets are not passed to the runner when a workflow is triggered from a forked repository. The GitHub token secret. Okay. The GitHub token secret is a GitHub app installation token scope to a repository. You can use that to make authenticated API calls on behalf of an action. Okay. So it seems like I don't have to set anything up to make this work. Reading correctly. Create an environment variable for each action in your workflow file that needs access to the GitHub token secret. Okay, so I want to just make a thing that... I'm just going to make a dummy step that just makes a commit, and then we can worry about improving it later. We need to check out. Hopefully this just does the right thing. Run. Let's see. Test-d foo.py git move food.py bar.py. We're gonna make a commit. I wonder if I even need the credentials. Maybe I can just push. So normally if we run this, it crashes with an error. Well, in a different error, you'll get a syntax error. But if you pip install future fstrings, then it works. And the way it works is it's a syntax rewriter. So at import time, it takes the original syntax and transforms the fstring portion into format calls. It doubles the parentheses here because reasons. There's like some expressions inside fstrings that would need parentheses to be correct outside of fstrings. But yeah, it started as a joke, but it actually works exceptionally well. If you want a full explanation of how it works, it's a little bit terrifying, but I made a video about how the thing works. Where is that? Oh, okay. I was like, what is this? I didn't upload a video without a thumbnail. Oh, I was trying to see if live streaming was working. It turns out it was dropping frames just as much as on Twitch. But yeah, here's a YouTube link for that. It's so dumb. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. It works really well though. Hey, what's up, Mindful Fox? Hi, it's my favorite male internet entertainer. Oh boy. Yikes. I'm not a porn star, I promise. I'm stealing that if I ever start streaming. That's good. But yeah, I also made future breakpoint, which is pretty cool too. So in Python 3.7, they introduced a breakpoint built in. So like, I don't know, make some function with a breakpoint, def g calls f, something like this. And in Python 3.7, if you run this, it will drop you into a debugger at the breakpoint line. But this was not a feature in Python 2. But if you pip install future breakpoint, then suddenly Python 2 works exactly the same as Python 3.7, and also older versions of Python. You know, Mindful Fox, you were not the first to make that joke. One of my coworkers likes to say that all the time. I think it's pretty funny though. But yeah, I've backported both of those. I also started working on backporting. Let me find a link to that. I started working on backporting assignment expressions just for the lulz. I don't want to ever use assignment expressions, but here's the link. Paste this in chat. I started making assignment expressions work. So in this code here, I made a special dummy function that does nothing called assign. Eventually, like, the idea would be to take a syntax rewriter, turn assignment expressions into these calls, and then this decorator here modifies the bytecode of this function. And so what this code here, it simulates something that looks like this. Grab exactly the code. defgs. If match is equal to reg.matchs, is it angle bracket and then dot star, use search, and not an angle bracket. If match print match was, actually wouldn't it be match 1? Maybe it's match 0, I don't know. And there was no match. So this is an assignment expression, which is new in Python 3.8. And so if we run Python 3.8, wow, that was slow for some reason. But yeah, like this has the side effect of assigning this variable. And so what I did is I made like this hacky bytecode rewriter thingy. Okay, well my example was slightly different than this, but the same idea. Where this assign function causes it to assign this variable to this value. And it works even in Python 3.6. I was doing some like very terrible bytecode hackery, and it isn't quite as functional as the other backports that I wrote, but it's a proof of concept. Hey, what's up, Atiham? Thank you for stopping by. Shark Timber. So like I said, I find myself stuck on 2, so I might take these, but I'm wondering why you wrote them. Let me see. Oh, how am I gonna find that? I wonder if it's in the description of my YouTube video. The future f strings one was originally made as a joke that ended up working way too well. Yeah, here we go. On. Yeah. Okay, so I was working on talks. I was removing some stuff from the implementation. This is the old pylib that we are phasing out. We're finally deprecating. But one of the things that I did in this is I changed some of the percent formats to curly brace formats. I don't know why I did a 0 here. Maybe we still supported 2.6 at the time. I don't know why we would have supported 2.6 in 2017 though, but anyway. But someone was like, I don't like this format style, and I'm like, well, I think it's better, and blah 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 blah. People are like, man, I wish I had f strings before, and I was like, I bet I could make this thing happen. I bet I could make it work. And this was at 10 a.m. And by 11:40 a.m. I had a proof of concept working. And yeah, it worked all too well. But people thought this was a funny thing. Oh man, this is a long time ago. Even Teresa +1 that one. But yeah, it started out as a kind of a joke, and the original version didn't work very well. It only supported a very specific subset of f strings. Let's see if I can get to the old version. Initial implementation. Yeah, the initial implementation just like blah blah blah. Convert type. Oh yeah, the initial implementation just used string parsing, even though f strings can contain arbitrary expressions. I guess not arbitrary expressions, they can't have like curly braces and escape sequences, but for the most part, they can contain any sort of code you could imagine. But this like very first version just swapped out the name chunks and made a format call. Then I ended up posting this, I think, on Reddit, and people were like, this is amazing, but also terrible, but also amazing. Can I use it in production? And I was like, well, it doesn't quite work all that well. And then I read up the full like spec of f strings, and then ported the C code to pure Python. Like the current version has a pure Python port of the C parser, of just the f string parser. So like this. From line 21 to line 152 is my port of the C parser. Turns out there's a lot of different ways that you can end up in a syntax error in f strings, but I had to handle all of those edge cases, and I think it's fully covered. I'm not entirely sure. While working on this, I actually found a bug in this code here, so I was able to make a contribution back to CPython to make this work better. just little things. But yeah, now it's fully functional. It supports the whole gamut. It doesn't support the new demo stuff. Fish Monkey asks, how long have you been programming for, and did you go to school for it? I've been tinkering with computers since I was about 10 years old, which was almost fuck, I'm old. Almost 18 years ago. Damn, that's a long ass time. But I started programming to cheat on math homework because I didn't want to do the quadratic formula, so I wrote some Visual Basic in a Microsoft Word document that we redistributed with floppy disks to solve quadratic equations, so we didn't have to type in the stupid -b plus or minus blah 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 formula. So yeah, that was how I got started in programming. I've been doing it as a job since my internship in high school, so since 2009-ish. So I've been in industry for almost 10 years now. I guess, yeah, it'll be 10 years. No, it's already been 10 years. So I've been writing code professionally for 10 years. I went to college initially for biochemistry, but then switched to computer science partway through and finished with CS. And so yes, I did go to school for computer science, although I only spent 2 years in college working on it. The other years were biochemistry. Shark Tamer says, I'm thinking this guy seems to really know his stuff, but why is he using Nano? Because I am a noob. But I won't be using Nano for long, because I'm actually working on building my own text editor called Babby. And parts of it work, so this is the current implementation. You can do not many things, like you can't edit text right now, it doesn't know how to do that. There's like a nice status bar, you can resize the window. This is what I've been working on the last couple of weeks, although I haven't had time to work on it recently. I don't remember whether it crashes or not. Oh, it kind of works. Is to make the horizontal scrolling work properly. It's a little bit buggy, so like if I go all the way down to here, it's supposed, so the first transition works fine, like it goes from before the E to after the E. This transition though, if I remember right, it jumps one character. No, that one was right. Maybe it's if it's even smaller. I don't know, there's some like micro bug with how this works right now, but I can't remember what triggers it. This? No, that one's right too. I don't know. there's some real fiddly math for this this horizontal scrolling that I know is not quite right on the current implementation. Here's one of the really long lines, so I can show. This line up here is long. Let's see. That worked fine. Maybe I fixed it. I don't know. But I'm working on a text editor mostly so I can learn how curses works. But it will also have the side effect in that chat can stop giving me shit for using Nano. Use a real text editor, and it'll be like, what's Babby? Maybe a real text editor? I don't know. But it'll also give me the like flexibility to build whatever features that I want into it. It's like, right now if I want to add features to Nano, which I have, I've contributed some features. Like if you guys can't see, but if I hold down the control key and then press the arrow keys, it jumps word by word. I added this feature. Also, if you press up and down, it will jump by block, which also added that feature. But I want to be able to hack on something without having to write a pile of C and not really understanding what it's doing, and all that. Mats for Pro says, how do they? I don't know what you're referring to. Make the front page of the Twitch explanation to do. Oh. Oh, are you reading my profile? Just has a to do there. Twitch. Yeah. Is this like my FAQ that I keep forgetting to fill out? Yeah. Why are the images loading? Twitch, what are you doing? Twitch, you're drunk. Load my images. There we go. Well, some of them. Panel content. Yeah. I haven't answered those yet. But... Make it so you can type F, double quote, and we'll import the code. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. And always respect someone who can work really hard to be lazy. Call it Nate, not another text editor. Have you heard of Vim? Yes, I do. I do know how to use Vim. I can work in Vim. I know how to do nice things like visual mode and all that sort of jazz. And I can quit Vim. I do not use Vim. I'm just not as fast at it. I would work all night if it meant nothing got done. What is this YouTube link?
Ron, you have to help me. This is making me do some stupid management training leadership course.
Now that you run the Animal Control Department, you have qualified for the Chris Traeger Management Training Seminar, or CATUMPS. It's not a great acronym, but it is a great seminar.
Can you get me out of it?
Yes. Normally, if given a choice between doing something and nothing, I'd choose to do nothing. But I will do something if it helps someone else do nothing. I'd work all night if it meant nothing got done.
That's good. I like it. Just use Vim. SpongeBob text. Why not use Emacs? SpongeBob text. Notepad++. Yeah, I do use Notepad++ sometimes. How do you quit Babby? Or you mean how do I quit Vim? So right now you quit it with two ways. You can crash it by doing Control-C. That won't eventually be that way. I'll fix that eventually. But you can quit it right now with Control-X. My eventual plan is to give it many different ways to quit. So if you want to quit it like a Vim style quit, I'll make :Q work. And I'll probably make XC. Well, XC already works because Control-X quits. But yeah, and I'll make the key combos configurable. Right now there's no configuration, but eventually. But yeah, my plans for Babby are the next thing that I want to get done. So I want to get this horizontal scrolling working correctly, because right now it's not working correctly. There's something like very wrong with it, even though like my quick demo made it look like everything was working. Once I get that working, I want actual text editing working so that I can like write stuff into the file and it works. And then after that, I plan to work on syntax highlighting, which I'm gonna have to probably read a bunch of papers about like writing proper parsers and stuff, and like thinking of ways to make the parse tree efficient, or maybe I'll just make it slow or backgrounded or something. I don't know yet. But I'll hopefully read up some stuff on that. Because like I want to trade off the correctness of the highlighting, the delay, because if it's synchronous and like reparses the whole file all the time, it's gonna be super slow. I also want to trade off like correctness, because I happen to know like in Nano, let's see if I can trigger it. Why is it not triggering? There's something that, I don't know. Anyway, sometimes in Nano, triple-quoted strings will confuse the whole rest of the file. And I'm hoping that I can avoid that with doing the parsing properly. But that's kind of my roadmap, and then after that I can work on other features like tab completion or search and replace, or basically I want to get to the point where all of the parts that I use in Nano work in Babby, and then I can stop using Nano and start building newer things that I would want in Babby. Unfortunately, the amount of features that I use in Nano is, well, it's not that much. Like, I use cut and uncut, just K and U. I use Control-A and Control-E to navigate. I use the arrow keys and movement, so I'll need to implement that. So that should be pretty easy. The movement code is actually pretty straightforward, and I've kind of isolated it off into its own thing. I'll use undo from time to time, which is Alt-U. I will also use redo, but I don't remember. I think it's Alt-E. Yeah, that looks right. So I'll need to implement that. I'll need to implement Control-C, which shows me where in the file I'm at, because I use that from time to time. I use Control-T to lint the file. I use Control-O to write the file. I need to implement that. I use Control-G. Control-G is the help. What is the find? I know Control / is replace. Control-W is find. Right. I'll need to implement find and replace. But I think that's most of what I use, so I'll just need to implement those things, and then I can use this, my new editor, as my full-time editor. I don't know. It's a daunting project, and unfortunately, unless I really focus on it, it's gonna be one of these projects that I never finish. And like, I'm trying to bite off things in small chunks such that I never burn out on the project. Because like, and let me tell you, even though this like horizontal scrolling doesn't look that impressive, I'm like very close to burning out on it because it's a lot of like fiddly math, and this mostly works, but I know it's wrong, and so I don't want to commit it if it's wrong. But I want to not burn out on this project because I think it could be really cool if I get it done. And I think I'll learn a lot by doing it. But anyway, that's my like mini roadmap of what I want to do with Abby. I need to go learn Vim, just get it over with. Yeah, Vim's not so bad. I'm just not as efficient in Vim. And that's why I continue to use Nano. Michael Fox says, import pigments, feels good, man. That's the other thing that I kind of want to avoid is pigment. One pigments is a little bit slow. But right now, Babby has no dependencies. So these are all standard library modules, and so hopefully I'll be able to just use this. Funny how much smaller the code is to Nano. Yeah, this is like 300 lines right now, and even that, it's not all of this is functional code. Like some of it is the color test. Like these 30 lines will eventually go away. I guess I can show the color test. Babby color test. These are the colors that Babby can render right now. But yeah, the Nano code base is pretty substantial, and I'm actually very impressed how much I've gotten so far with such little code. I'm not saying like my code is good or anything, but it's potentially nice. What happened here? My Azure Pipelines job failed. Xenial 3.7 worked, but what happened over here? Oh, this is the push branches race. So I should just put or true here. Yeah, we'll do that. Do that real quick. Allow the hack push to fail. At least it uses Python and not some fucking eLisp. Yeah, eLisp is a beast. I'm glad that I don't need to write any Emacs Lisp. But yeah, that's the other thing that I wanted to do with this project is like write it in a language that's high level enough that anyone could kind of understand it or hack on it. But also like it makes it easier for me to implement features because I know Python pretty well. Yeah, that's Babby. That's a project that I'll slowly work on probably over the next 6 to 10 months or so. Why is there a comment on this? Kudos for the implementation, it's so clean. Yeah, this is before it got real complicated. But oh man, that was so long ago. That was before pre-commit hooks was at 1.0. And before you could automatically do language version. Old ass version of pre-commit. Sarcastic Dante, you know that riles me up. you know I get heated about that stupid fucking issue. It's secure enough. Plus I trust me. Oh. And I guess I trust GitHub. Which problems are you experiencing with the suggested videos on this page? They are clickbait videos. Are they though? No, I think they're kind of relevant. I didn't think I had a problem. Whatever. Away. Right. Okay. Back to what we were trying to do. We want to... I kind of want to make a comment on the PR, but let's try and get the action just working first. Right now it's just a script which is just gonna move a file and push. What could go wrong? Maybe I should just make a dummy repo for this. Let's just do that. What are you doing, Chrome? Chrome. Okay. Good. Everything is fine. New repo. Test repo. Please ignore. Chrome dead. Yeah. Reporting yourself. Yeah. Why does my tab complete not work? Oh, there we go. No? Still doesn't work. Huh. I have tab complete for git clone. Well, maybe I didn't install it on this machine? I didn't, yeah. But, I wrote this tool called all repos. And basically what it does is it'll clone all of your repositories, and then you can commit to them or fix them or whatever. I use it a lot for finding where I use stuff. So let's say, I don't know, projects where I import the AST in Python files, startup hive. And so you can see, like, these are all the projects where I've dealt with the AST in some way or another. But one of the features that it has is it has a tab complete feature. And the tab complete will spit out some bash code, and you can stick this in a directory, and it'll do tab completion for you. But I apparently did not set it up on this computer, and I remember it being kind of fiddly to the point where I asked a Stack Overflow question about it. Bash completion for git clone. Someone wrote this real long answer, and I'm pretty sure I didn't actually use this as a solution. But anyhow, another tangent. Okay, test repo. Move flake8 typing imports. GitHub to here. Oops. Add a GitHub action. So this should not run already. GitHub Actions. Create workflows. Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. How did you know? No workflows have run yet. Okay, so I think I need to make a pull request in order to trigger it. -b PR. And so in theory, my action should run as soon as I click this button. It is running a thing. This pulsing GitHub logo. Check out. Oh, I did the wrong. This should be test-f. I know how to bash. Git checkout master. Now the question is, how can I get this to re-trigger? Rerun all checks. And does this show up on my PR? It does! Oh, that's cool! Oh, it also sends me an email. Huh. Can I show my email account? I guess I can. This is the email it sent me. The GitHub action failed. This check suite has disabled rerunning individual check runs. You have successfully requested checks from GitHub Action. What does that mean? Apparently takes a while to start. I do like this little animation here. If? No? SVG. How does it work though? Is there some CSS being applied to this? Your keyframe somewhere? What am I missing here? I don't know. Is this gonna start? Oh, it did start, okay. Process completed with exit code 1. Where's the output? Oh, this is the old code. Oh, is that the old run even? Oh. I'm gonna update the code anyway and hope that that re-triggers it. A few seconds ago. That's what we want. And this is yellow again. I thought I said that. Oh, dang it. Oh, I spelled committer wrong too. Is it 2 T's? This is where all repos is helpful. Git author. Except I actually want committer. 2 M's, 2 T's. Cool. Fix typos. Quick rebase there. Hopefully this will now run again. PogChamp typing. Yeah. Oh, there was a. Oh, let me find the link from the previous stream. I did a typing test and apparently I typed so fast that I got captured, which is just like, what? Why am I being pinged? I already read all this. Oh wait, Slack. Who did I send this to? Sorry. This image. Oh, that was not it. Not the image location. Hey, what's up, Keebler6? Thank you for the follow. Oh, come on. We'll download the image and then you can. This is a meme that my friend made. We were talking about like documentation at Lyft, and the Go documentation is just like really, really bad for some reason. And so someone was blaming Python for the Go documentation being bad, and it's just like, wow, really? Okay, here we go. I found it. Found the video from before. Where'd my VM go? This was ping speed test. We ran a speed test. Here's the part where a little bit faster on it, which I think is pretty cool. Blah blah blah. Wait, was I already done with it? Right, we're gonna store. Here we go. Isn't even that fast, I think. It's kind of fast. The sound is super desynced though. Congrats, you just typed 101 words per minute. We have to ask everyone who gets over 100 words per minute in arrays to take a short typing test. This is done to discourage cheaters. Wait, are you serious? I'm so fast that it thinks I cheated? But anyway, this is I'll put the link to that in the chat, but it made me type a CAPTCHA that was a typing test CAPTCHA. I just thought it was a little bit funny. But anyway, that's that. Mr. Psycho HD asks, "Hi, what are you doing?" Well, you can ask chat today now by doing bang today, and it says that I'm building a GitHub action to automatically run pre-commit to autofix pull requests, and we'll get there eventually. Anthony is a bot confirmed. Yeah. Perset asks, I wanted to ask you, do you have and/or use async await and async programming in general in Python, either at your job or open source projects? I have not written very much async code, although my Twitch bot does use it. So that's Anthony writes code / Twitch chatbot. It's not idiomatic async code by any means. I had no idea what I was doing. I basically wrote this project because I wanted to learn how async IO works. And it seems mostly fine. Just feels so clunky to use. And I think it's going to be several years before it actually gets good adoption in Python. Mostly because it essentially requires you to rewrite every library that does anything interesting in a different async format. So like for instance, I wanted to use SQLite to store the today message, which I just showed. But I can't just use standard library SQLite because that has blocking IO. I mean, you can use it, it's just slow, I guess, or whatever. But there's a re-implementation of SQLite. That's AIO SQLite. It works basically the same way, but as async APIs instead. And that part just kind of seems not great. But the rest of it, fine, I guess. But yeah, that's most of my exposure to async IO. I'm by no means expert or even borderline good at it. That's me and async IO. What is your opinion on async and Python in general? Well, I think I answered that, so I think it's not ready there. I also don't think it's necessarily going to be... It's going to be a while before it's good, I guess. Okay. Look at latest actions. 5 minutes ago, failed. What happened here? Fatal could not read username. Okay, so it doesn't have commit access to that branch, which is okay, I guess. We'll need to do a little bit more work to make it clone the right thing. But do that. I can probably pass in the token. I'll have to read the event that triggered this. It's kind of going. Do you encounter any async projects at work? We have one async project at work, and it is not a fun repo to commit to, mostly because the tests are really hard to run and debug. It uses PyTest async IO, which makes it somewhat easier to work with, but at the same time, it's just like very wild to work on. Most of Lyft uses gevent, which is arguably way worse. I really don't like gevent. It's mostly just kind of like a glorified hack that happens to kind of work alright, but it requires a bunch of like easy footgun putting things. Like the big one is it requires you to import it at the top of your file and then like run this monkey patch thing before any other imports happen. And if another import happens before then, guess what? All your code's just silently fucking broken for no good reason. So it's something. It's a mess. But yeah, let's try and get this working. I'm trying to do as much as I can without writing JavaScript here. Is the thing. Push to PR in GitHub action. See if there's just someone who's done this already. Push. Open a pull request. Open or update pull request on branch push. Create a pull request in branches. Send a push notification. No. Pull request. Oh, we already saw this. This might be related. Post a GIF on check failure. Oh, this is so cool. Auto-approve pull requests. What could go wrong? Auto-commit back any changes made by previous actions. Sounds like what I want. The purpose of this GitHub action is to auto-commit back any changes made to the branch through previous GitHub actions. This allows you to export build scripts into GitHub actions. GitHub appears to be smart enough not to run CI on commits made by a GitHub action. Huh. This sounds like exactly what I want. What is GitHub Actions? It allows you to basically use GitHub's... It allows you to write bots without paying money. Is the long and short of it. Why does this one just work? I don't understand. Oh, this is the old, this is the old syntax. But I don't know if this still works. Marks feel easier. You pay with your soul. Yeah, that's true. Sarcastic Dante, are you implying that if I'm ginger that I have no soul? I can't use GitHub actions? I don't think that's how it works. Doesn't make it less funny though. What is push-u? That's -I. -u set upstream for every branch that is up to date or successfully pushed. Yeah, so this looks exactly like what I did, but it doesn't work. So they could have just put this in their image. Am I looking at the wrong repo? I'm looking at the wrong repo. Oh no, this is just a subdirectory in here. Huh. See if they use this thing in their own. What you doing, GitHub? Ask support if you can use their service even though you're a ginger. Anthony will make his own GitHub with blackjack and hookers. Yeah. You guys can all have a free access to it. GitHub dating service. Yeah, I'm gonna send you a pull request, baby. Could you imagine asking someone out over GitHub pull request? That'd be like the most lame thing ever. Is this old or is this new? Okay, so this changes the origin and then pushes. uh. Yeah, Michael Fox, I think recommit would be required on the GitHub dating site. Errors from forks are not supported. Oh, that makes me concerned. That makes me concerned. Oh, okay, what was this clip? What stupid shit did I say? Yeah, I'm gonna send you a pull request, baby. Yeah, I'm gonna send. I don't know how you guys watch me. Swing and a miss, yeah, pretty much. This seems this if statement here seems ominous. Um, if it can't rewrite pull requests, then I think that's kinda gonna defeat the purpose. I'm gonna run pre-commit on my repos. I really just want to implement this action so that other people that don't run pre-commit get their stuff updated. Neutral exit code equals 78. That feeling when I get asked to look at a website and it's very pretty but not workable. Which website are you looking at? Is there really someone who uses pre-commit and doesn't use it? Or contributes to pre-commit and doesn't use it? Yeah. Yes, there is, sarcastic Dante. It actually happens a lot. It's pretty funny. Pre-commit pulls. Where's one of the other ones that happened recently? This one? I think it was this one. Also that feel when you don't run pre-commit hooks while contributing to pre-commit. Oh, not saying which website is local business. Oh, I thought you were shitting on my website. Which I was gonna be like, it looks pretty, but now it's more functional. But or my website that I haven't updated since 2012. Oh, that looks really bad at this resolution. This is, oh, because it's at 150%. This is what it normally looks like. But again, like, I haven't updated it in forever. Like, here's a picture of me from 2010. Which, had a little bit more hair. Well, I guess I had the same amount of hair, it was just longer. Yeah. Some of this is still true-ish. My name is Anthony Zatilli. At the time of writing this, I'm attending the University of Michigan, no longer true. Studying computer science and biochemistry. One of those things continued to be true. Some of my favorite things to do include downhill ski racing. Yeah, I still like to do that. Bicycling. Yeah, still do that. Running. Programming. Still true, still true. Oh, that reminds me, I have to update my spreadsheet. I went for a 10-mile run today. Right account. You only. Wait, why is that one yellow? Why is there a 5 here? Fixed? Let's see, I did 0 on Thursday, 0 on Friday, but I ran 10 miles today. But yeah, my website's like super out of date. 9 years later, wowie. Yeah. I really need to, like... Oh, I just have this, like, endless list of things that I want to do, and updating my website is very, very low on that list. Good thing you wrote bicycling and not cycling. Cycling is slang for roids. I don't think I've ever heard that one before. Using Google Docs instead of Git for recording wrong history. Unsubscribed. Yeah. I didn't know that. Let's see, Urban Dictionary. Dictionary.com/cycling. One of the coolest sports ever. Running while sitting down. None of these talk about roids, my dude. I don't know what's up. Hey, what's up? Polasteka? I don't know. Sorry, bad at pronouncing. But how's it going? How's your Saturday? My stream's been a little bit more stable than last week. I'm still dropping 1% of frames, which is pretty bad. But I'm gonna hopefully get that fixed up. Look at the last one. Oh, was it that I just didn't? Yeah, no. Not reading that one. Longer than 24 hours, but good. Oh, have you been up for longer than 24 hours? What are you doing on Twitch, my dude? Or are you a streamer? Not even need it. You have streamed before, at least according to this. Person asks, do you have fiber to the home or some of the shit provider options in the US? So actually, the place that I live, I have a bunch of options. I'm using Wave broadband, which their service has been great up until last week, which was out of nowhere, just like crapped out my upload. But yeah, I have like gigabit down, and I'm supposed to have 10 up, 10 megabit up, but I don't know. It's been, I've just had like sustained packet loss and frame drop for the last 2 weeks. And a tech came out on Tuesday and basically said everything looked fine. The one thing that he did note was there was a high voltage on the cable line, and it's not supposed to have any voltage at all, so that's probably a problem with grounding. And he's like, yeah, you should get an electrician to look at that, because if you have voltage on a line that shouldn't have voltage, that means that there's a grounding problem, and it's a likely thing that could cause a fire. But it also could be contributing to my packet loss due to just like interference or whatever. The unfortunate thing is I don't have access to my basement, so what I have to do is contact my landlord and have her send out an electrician. Otherwise I would just like go down there and fix it myself, because I've spent a bunch of time on I've wired a lot of stuff, and I know enough about electricity and electrician-ish stuff. I'd probably just fix it myself, but then I gotta contact my landlord, which I was supposed to do this morning, but I forgot to do it, and so now I'm streaming, so I'm gonna leave myself a note to do that later. Actually, I can just start an email. Electrician, do the thing. Okay, I'll have myself but yeah, for some reason I've just like had pretty sustained packet loss. Let's see how far back. Yeah, Sargasso Dante. That was the last definition of cycling. Oh, you were in Japan and now you're in Germany. Oh, so plus 7 hours. I see. Wireless is never too nice. It is convenient, but yeah, I have a wired connection, so it should be fine. Maybe you hit your cap and they slowed your internet speed. I didn't hit my... I'm supposed to have no cap, first off. How do I log in? Because I can show you my data usage. Where's just like pay my bill? Residential. Pay your bill. Log in. Yeah, so I'm supposed to not have a cap, although if we look at this, it says that my cap is a terabyte. But like, I've used less than 10% of it for this month, so it's probably not that. Or I would hope it's not that. Oh, now you know my spam email address as well. And my account number. Maybe I should have shown this. Oh well. Please don't dox me. Oh shit, did that show my address too? Let me make sure that didn't show my address. Otherwise I'm gonna have to edit video and I don't want to do that. A lot of work. That doesn't show my address. Okay, I think we're good. I have to edit that out. Dude on stream asked the landlord to say hi to the stream. I've never met my landlord, so I have no idea what she looks like. I've met her son before because he stopped by and like does repairs and stuff. In fact, like when I say like send an electrician, she'll probably just send her son out to fuck around with it, which actually would probably be faster and cheaper or whatever. His son is a very handy person, so hopefully that'll go well. Don't you fucking do that, guys. Polar Junction asks, why use Nano? Is it because I'm a noob? Yes, it's because I'm a noob. It's because I'm fast at it, but soon I will not use Nano. Soon I will use a new text editor that will be finished eventually. Mindful Fox says holy password. Yeah, it's one of those correct horse battery staple passwords, so it's easy to remember but a lot to type. Now I see why you have Chrome fucked up. It's because sometimes the DNS queries get lost, and Chrome waits for the retries. Is that really what it is? Huh. Because it seems like Chrome still shouldn't render that error page whenever I open a new tab. I'm gonna have to move now. Guys, please no. I think it still requires you to call from my phone number, I would hope. And I should have thought about this before I showed it on stream. Maybe I'll edit my video anyway. I hate editing. So much work. Let's test this. Like, no, please don't, guys. Please no. You could call and complain on my behalf, though. I'd be fine with that. I'm one step away from changing my identity to Anthony. Yeah. Then you'd have to deal with all my recruiter spam. I will negotiate you a good discount, Tony. I don't usually go by Tony, although fun story, or set of stories, I guess. I have a drunk alter ego, and my drunk alter ego's name is Tony, and Tony's an interesting person. Tony does some dumb shit. But yeah, there's been a couple. Tony has existed several times this week, so it's been a long week. But yeah. Anyway. What was I doing? Oh, I was trying to commit back, so we need to actually parse out a drunk stream win. I mean, I was gonna say, like, I'm pretty sure I won't get much done if I have a drunk stream, but what do I get done normally anyway? Don't disclose any more personal details, please. Yeah, that's the plan. Did you say you're making your own text editor? Yes, I'm working on a text editor. It's called Babby. Yeah. It's called Babby. It doesn't do much right now. It does a color test, and it can open itself, and you can navigate with the arrow keys. It has a status bar for unknown key combinations, and it can scroll vertically. I'm working on making it scroll horizontally, but it's not done yet. And it can't edit text yet, but it's a thing. It exists. It kind of works. But I plan to eventually, yeah, like here you go. This is my text editor. It scrolls. You can resize the window and it doesn't crash. This is the horizontal scrolling behavior that I've been working on, but it's not quite correct, even though this particular case looks correct. But like, it mostly works, except for actually inserting text doesn't work yet. A text editor that can't edit text, yeah. Well, before it was a text editor that can't view text, so I'm at least making progress in the right direction. But yeah, before it couldn't even open text. Like if we... Yeah, so if I go back to this version... And I run Babby here. This was... Oh, wait, what? Oh, this was before you could actually scroll. And the insertion pointer can just go into all sorts of illegal positions. But this was before I implemented scrolling. I guess before that it didn't even load the text. What else? Where was before it could do text? Start to displaying text, I guess. This version didn't have text. Yeah, so this was the real OG version where I had implemented the header and this little thing that can move around. I ended up deleting all of the code for this. For the cursor pointer thing. But it's come a long ways so far. But eventually it'll be a real thing. It will be better than Nano. Yes, that's the plan. It's minimalist. Yeah. Hey, what's up, GearMag2K? How's it going? Hey. They won't know on r/Unix porn. Yeah. Oh hey, thank you Polar Junction for the subscription. It's greatly appreciated. And I did actually get the notification this time, which is good. It's most of the time Streamlabs is really bad about notifying. Oh, and a follow at the same time. You subscribe before you follow. That's a new one. But thank you as well for the follow. I'm very close to 700 followers. But maybe it should just stay at 69.9 for forever. The man himself, Stallman, will punish me by making me eat my own foot. Hey, what's up, Parsit07? Thank you for the follow. I guess that puts me over the amount. How have you not followed before? I feel like you've been a follower. Or did you just unfollow and refollow just to troll me? That wouldn't surprise. Oh yeah, you unfollowed and then refollowed. Wow. I followed just a troll, yeah. I watched the number go down from 699 to 698 and then back up, so. It's silly. It really shouldn't make notification. It should have like a debounce, but oh well, it happens. Okay, so we need to fix this because clearly it doesn't work right now. It's not that I don't like you. All right, bud. GitHub event path. I think the GitHub event path will have information about the pull request event. Hopefully we can debug this way. It's not that I don't like you, I just hate all that follow subscribe thing. Yeah, well, I don't know. I feel like it's the least I can do. Smash that like button. I don't know. I think like as a person who watches streams, I think it feels nicer when people acknowledge that you're supporting their channel. And it doesn't take up all that much time, so it happens. Here's my action. Created a few seconds ago. Okay, so we do have the event here. I assume we have like JQ and stuff to play with this. I don't want to parse JSON with sed or awk or whatever, that would kind of suck. For example, you deserve a lot more followers and subs. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Your stream is nice and nicer than 99% of the software tagged streams. I can actually learn something while watching. And it's not newbie/crap resolution. I mean, my stream is kind of crap resolution. I should really stream at 1080p, but until I like figure out my internet situation, it's gonna be 720p for a while. But I've at least tried to compensate by bumping up font sizes, and everything is hilariously large on my screen. But I try and make it a little bit better for the viewers. Hey, what's up, Shark Tamer? Thank you for the subscription. Wow, subs. I usually never get subscribers, but today we get all the subscribers. Well, thank you very much again. Some people stream with quality resolution so small you can't read the code. Yeah, well, that's like, can't do that. I want to build something that I want to be able to entertain, I guess, or like demonstrate what I'm working on, because it's not just for me, it's for you guys as well. And the free one I got with Prime for ages but never bothered using it. Nice, thanks. Okay, so let's see how other people parse this file. I think that's gonna be useful. Yeah, that path. So let's see if we have JQ installed. What? If JQ is there, then this will be easier. JQ dot. There are people that stream in 4K with regular font size, and they scale it down to 720p with low bitrate. Male internet entertainer. Yeah, that's me. Doesn't make it sound like a porn stream at all. Banned from Twitch. Is that? I feel like I'm gonna spend a lot of time just. Oh, they do have JQ. A lot of stuff is in this event blob. Holy. We're going to Mixer, guys. We're going cycling. Yeah. Oh, dang it, man. Okay, so what do we get out of here that's useful? We know what ref it ended up at. And all these URLs aren't all that useful, although this seems useful. Wait, I select a line, and if I scroll, the line selection changes? When does that make sense? What kind of messed up UI is this? Oh. There's so much trash in here, I don't even know where to start. Oh, I can't even... I view the raw log. There we go. Okay, you guys can't see this at all. Oh, there's timestamps. Okay, but what I want to do is I want to put this in a Python script and then be able to actually parse it. So let me grab this out of here. I need to grab water in a couple minutes. But until then. -d space f2 f.text. That should get us just our JSON. Contents equals JSON.load open f.json. Okay, there's our keys. So action after before number pull request repository contents repository. I know I have a helper to make these look easier. GitHub API. Better repper. Without timestamps though, I mean, it's whatever. Oh yeah. Okay, so here's a easier view of this. Bro, you don't... I don't use underscore? Oh yeah, I have before, but like... sometimes it doesn't work how I want it to. So like, yeah, I know I can access the previous assignment with underscore. But... whatever. I'd rather just press up a couple times. Although I probably didn't type press up in that one, so you probably got me there. I hate preprints output. Like, I would never one space indent code like this. Just looks awful. Make this bigger. Like, in what fucking world would you indent like this? This looks awful. They should ban you from Twitch without notice. Yeah. Ace. Okay, so that's not what we care about. We care about the fork, right? This is where it's targeting. And is what we care about. Care about the head repo. So I'll have to test with another user whether it can do forks, which is you're about to make a JSON format that formats like that. Please no. There's no library that can absorb this information. I mean, there probably is, but right now I'm just working in Bash, which is unfortunate. What's up, Anime Lover Zero? Hi, Anthony. I think they changed that cheating rule in Michigan that you have to admit to cheating to be caught for it. Oh, that's good, because that rule was fucked. It's so stupid. I was so unhappy about that rule, because it meant that we could never convict anyone of anything. Okay, so I think I need to use head. What key is that under? Pull request.head. Pull request.head. Yeah. Or clone URL? Yeah. Clone URL. .repo.clone URL. Okay, that's that. So we can at least clone now, so we don't use this checkout v1, maybe. Unless there's an option for this that does what I want. This action checks out your repository to GitHub workspace so your workflow can access the contents of your repository. By default, this is the equivalent to running git fetch and git checkout this. So you'll always have your repo contents at the version that triggered the workflow. See here to learn what that is for different events. Buh. Never mind. What parameters does it have? Repository ref token. Clean. The battles is false. That's weird. Okay. Oh boy, I'm very high on chat. If you know Stroop C, he told me about it. I don't think I've talked to him about it. Cheating rule. Yeah, so I used to be a TA at University of Michigan. I taught intro to programming. Basically the 101, but it was for non-engineers. So it was people that wanted to get a feel for computer science, but not necessarily major in it. Or like weren't already committed to majoring in it. And the rule basically was like, even if we had 100% evidence, like they were byte identical, or like someone else's name was on the project that they turned in, we couldn't get them, we couldn't take any action as a result of that unless they admitted to it being unless they admitted to cheating. We couldn't convict them of anything. We couldn't produce any negative result. And so like there were many times where we completely identified that, oh yeah, well these kids are definitely cheating, or like this one changed white space, or like this one changed variable names, and it's like great. But we could never do anything about it. But if they finally changed that rule, that's amazing, because it was broken. Apparently the man that invented this rule was a cheater, which is not at the university anymore. Yeah, that would be funny. Are there nice girls in Illinois? Ninja lives in Illinois. I didn't even know that. He's a Lions fan. Yeah, I can't root for the Lions because they always lose. This is also probably why I don't care so much about the NFL. What would you do if someone was cheating? We would report them, but we couldn't do anything. We literally could not do anything. Like, we couldn't even fail them on a project because then the department would come after us, which is fucking stupid. Because like we would be able to like, show without a doubt that they cheated, but nothing we could do. It isn't cheating if you aren't caught. It's not that they weren't caught. Like, we caught them. Like, we were 100% positive that they cheated. Like, the only possible way that they didn't cheat was like our grading submission system took the wrong code or something. Though there was one situation where they were working on a shared computer and someone forgot to log out, and like that one, fine. But it was like very understandable that was the situation because the code submitted directly before and directly after the one that got flagged was their own code. And like it was that one like could have been like it was byte identical, but it was not actually intentionally cheating. But I assume that the university will lose subsidies / money if you make trouble to the students' name drop because of those scores. Well, no, the university kicks out people all the time for all sorts of things and like academic violations that are way less than that. It was just like the computer science department like did not have the balls to mess with people for whatever reason. But apparently it's been fixed now, so that's great. Okay, so we want to grab the clone. I don't think we actually care about this.
Talking to yourself, subvocal conversation, the constant chit-chat of symbols and
Okay, no, set URL origin.
Now, if you do that all the time, you'll find that you've nothing to think about except thinking.
No, this isn't bash though, this is YAML, so I don't know what this backslash is gonna do here.
Say, you have to stop thinking to find out what life is about. And the moment you stop thinking,
we can do this, and then
contact with
said not a hack, I swear. HTTPS for needs to be double quotes because we're gonna stick the variable in here. GitHub token hacks. So this should, in theory, make it so that it can push to this branch. In theory. The balls, yeah. I'm gonna click that now. Shit. Are we still talking about cheating? Yes, we're talking about cheating balls. Yeah. Okay, let's see if this works. Basically, this should allow us to set the origin URL to contain this GitHub token, so it'll just push directly. Don't read my stuff out loud. Alright, parse it, as I just read your thing out loud. I'm gonna go get a drink of water. I will be right back. I'm also gonna move my laundry along. So I'll see you guys in like 2 or 3 minutes, and we'll continue working on this. Actually, before we do that, let me push this so that we need to wait before that. We need to actually put the GitHub token into here, right? Which tab was that I was working on? Oh, maybe I can just use this directly? Let me try that. Hey, what's up, Sanico? Thank you for the follow. But I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. I already forget that I asked you about your internet and you showed your account details. Yeah. That was my bad. I wasn't thinking. That's my bad. But it just means that I have more editing work later. And then we'll probably lose the Twitch VOD, but that's fine. Oh hey, that was my 700th follower. Thank you, Nico, again. What was I doing? Oh, I was checking if the output succeeded. Did we push? Well, it's red, so no. Process completed with exit code 2. What happened here? Where's the rest of the output? The problem is I don't want to like set -x because it'll spit out the token, presumably. That seems like a problem. But I can put print statements. Get rid of this now. Does file exist? Move file. Import some variables. Git commit. Where clone URL, set remote URL, push. But without a bang. Push. Hey, what's up? We Pray the Default. How's your Saturday going? Mine's going alright. Except for my 1% dropped frames. Still stressing about my stupid internet connection. But I'm sure I'll figure that out at some point. Did you walk for graduation, Anthony? I don't know what that means. What does walking for graduation mean? Yes, I did walk at graduation. I went to a commencement ceremony and watched a speech and threw hats with other people. But yes, I did go. There were so many people there. Also, like, the tickets were there were tickets, for one thing. And, they were super limited. It was, like, kind of hard to, like, only some of my family was able to go. But it was fine. Some person that I don't remember gave a nice speech. I somewhat recall. Air clone URL is the last thing that ran. So either this exited 2 or this exited 2. Oh, I bet I know what it is. I bet it's using sh and not bash. So I validate that. But this one, bash. The shell keyword allows you to override the default setting of the virtual environment's operating system shell. Supported for all platforms. The fallback behavior for non-Windows platforms if no shell is provided and bash is not found in the path. That would make me think that it's using bash. I should have put this in here too. I'm gonna burn through my limits. I need to close some tabs. This is getting ridiculous. That. Useful. This one's useful. Useful. That one is useful. Read this one, but it was just like what we're already doing. This tab is useful. Make this tab useful. Alright, let's see what happens with this last one. Did it run the sed command or did it fail on the... Oh, okay, so it's the sed command is failing. do I suck at sed? Is that what's up? Oh yeah, I do suck at sed. Yes, double quotes are needed. quotes. Have to do single quotes with a bang. I'm hoping this is our first success. No path specified. See get help pull for valid URL syntax. What? I mean... I wonder how these GitHub tokens are created. Are they ephemeral? Will it matter if I show one on stream? Will it matter if there's one in the output? I kinda want to see what URL I ended up with after all of this. This should work. Maybe I should do that said. Because, like, it should be... Where is the URL? We run this shell script. Oh. No, I'm an idiot. I forgot the file name here. Hey, check this insane test PR they did in order to just build the artifacts so I can download them and install them. Did you link the link the PR? Links are free in chat. Build that shit for me, baby. Oh man, this is basically what I'm doing right now. Is just like trying over and over and over to eventually get to a place where it builds. Do you eventually get a green build? Dev? Maybe? Yeah. That ver can be a lot of work. I had mostly simplified all of mine before I switched to Azure Pipelines, but like... doozy. Run echo file. Does file exist? Fatal could not read password. No such device or address. Alright, fuck it. We're just gonna show some tokens now. This is ridiculous. Hopefully this actually shows our token. Then I'll know whether it's the said command or something else. Don't give up. Eventually you'll know everything about GitHub Actions. Yeah, this shouldn't be that complicated. I should be able to just copy and paste the other code that I saw, but I'm doing essentially the same thing. Prepare your print screen buttons, boys. Yeah, I think these are ephemeral tokens. I hope these are ephemeral tokens. Because otherwise anyone could just, like, open up this page. Oh, no, we're not printing. Someone could just open up this page. Oh. Can they not see GitHub Actions? Yeah, they can. Okay. Anyone can see this. But GitHub Actions is smart enough to not have a problem here. Unless the token is literally 3 stars, which would be pretty funny. But this is what it shows. So I am setting it properly. It just doesn't have write permission. I like how you moved the window. Yeah. Well, I did it just in case, like, it actually showed the token. If I use Stack Overflow, my job will be caught for cheating. No, literally everyone uses Stack Overflow at their job. I use Stack Overflow all the time. In fact, sometimes people will ping me and be like, hey, I opened up your Stack Overflow question. We also have internal Stack Overflow at Lyft, which I wish more people used because it could be really good, but it hasn't been so far, which I don't know. I hope that gets better. Hey, what's up, OX Hash? Thank you for stopping by. It's going well, except for my 1% dropped frames. But other than that, it's going great. And whatever this error is, so I don't know what's up with that. But this looks right. I know you can clone from a GitHub token using this approach, because I've used this before, but I don't know why it's trying to read a password. It shouldn't, because it should just use this here. But now that one of the other ones that we saw, where's the rebase? Not Firebase, rebase. This one was this one set the token. X-access-token. Try that. Maybe this will work? Who knows? What did you do on Saturday? I edited YAML files for 3 hours and didn't really get anything working. How was your Saturday? What would happen if a person threw up during an exam? I actually threw up during an exam once. It was a weird exam. We had to write an essay in a 3-hour block, and we could do it from anywhere. So I did it from, I think, my dorm room, but I was super sick that day and wrote this terrible essay, and halfway through I just got sick and had to fucking deal with it. Wow, this failed quickly. There were a couple people in our actual exams that threw up and oh, why is the output all fucked up? What in the... Here. The output's all out of order. Here's the get remote-v command. Up here is the push command. The destination you provided is not a full ref name. This would have been useful before. But this also sounds better. It's no longer asking for a password. Looking for a ref that matches head on the remote site. Checking if the source being pushed. Corresponding. Okay, neither worked, so we gave up. You must fully qualify the ref. The source part of the ref spec is a commit object. Did you mean to create a new branch? No. Creating a branch named head would be real sadness. Okay, so this gives us something to fix. Why YAML? Yeah, because that's how GitHub Actions works now. It used to be HCL, which is different, but okay. So I guess we need to actually construct the branch name properly. We have the clone URL. We have that part. What else can we get out of this? We need to get the branch name, which will be pull request.head.ref. Okay. But why doesn't this just do it for me? So that should put us on the branch. I think. Let's try that. Rancherino, Namerino, Testorino. Yeah. Oh, I see what you're talking about, Xhash. At not VirtualBox. Yeah, because you can almost pretend that I'm running a Linux machine. Oh, I've been DC'd. No. No. Come on. You can do it. I believe. Are we back? Maybe? Okay, I think we're back. No, this is just like the problem I've been having with drop frames and everything. It's just like it's just been shitty and I don't know what to do about it. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, not VirtualBox. Yeah, so I can almost pretend that I'm running a Linux environment and like natively streaming from it, but I'm actually running Windows. But if I like I've moved my Windows so it like just comes up to the edge up here, so you can't really tell that it's a virtual machine. But the default host name on VirtualBox is VirtualBox, and so I had to change this so that it wasn't so obvious. But I couldn't come up with a good host name, so it's not VirtualBox for now. But yeah, sorry about the disconnect. God, I hope I can get it fixed eventually. So right now it sucks. Nanobox sounds good. Oh yeah, I could do that. Set hostname Linux. No, we're not editing Etsy hostname. That's not how you're supposed to do it. Hostname CTL. That sounds like it. Set hostname Nanobox. Okay, now we're Nanobox. What did I just do? Does this work? And get rid of these echoes now. Okay, so now I need to log in with my other GitHub account. Do I even remember the password? Oh, I do remember the password. Oh, but how am I gonna... Oh, create new file. foo.py. This is foo. Let's see if I create this pull request, will the action move the file for me? Please, 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 please. Oh, why did it create it in the fork? That's not what I wanted. Not what I wanted. Oh, I don't want to delete the branch. New pull request. Where'd my branch go? I don't know how to use GitHub apparently. Fine, we'll just start this over. Create new file. foo.py. Hey, what's up, Tuhafadam? How's your Saturday going? We'll create this branch. Create a new branch. I want to make a pull request here. Why is this so hard? Do I have to do this like this? Do I do it here? Oh, that's how I do it. Okay. Okay. This is being created in the proper place. So hopefully this should allow me to do something. Making threats to your internet provider, probably not a good idea. I guess I'm kind of lucky because I have FTTH. What is FTTH? Fiber to the home. Oh. That's pretty cool. No threats, just legal actions. Yeah, that makes sense. Most of the time they don't find anything. Yeah. They found Jackal on mine. Oh no. Well, might answer my question about whether this is possible. Permission to this denied by GitHub Actions. Push to pull request in GitHub Action. Well, that might be the nail in the coffin on this idea. Pull request events are forked repositories. Request is open, the pull request will... Pull request event is sent to the base repository. An action can't trigger other workflows. Maybe you need to give permissions to the bot. I don't think the bot actually exists. Yeah, there's no user for a GitHub Actions bot. Dang it, that sucks. The annoying thing is, like, you can set up a personal token that would allow, like, when you create a pull request, there's a little checkbox that allows you to this one? No. Oh, maybe you can only check it as you're creating. Oh yeah, no, it's over here. Allow edits from maintainers. Like, I would like this to apply to actions. Oh, that might mean this is dead on arrival. I would need to build a bot, I think, instead to do this. Oh, which is a huge bummer. Which means I might start working on something else. Because I don't know that this is possible. I guess I can create a support question. Alright, I'll make a support issue. Help. Just contact us. Contact GitHub. How to push to pull request branch on GitHub Actions. For example, like to be able to push automatic fixes to the branch. However, it seems that the GitHub Actions bot, you guys can't see this because, or it seems that the GitHub Actions bot doesn't have permission despite the, what was the box? Despite the, where did that go? Despite the allow edit from maintainers checkbox being set. So much time for nothing, yeah. I'm a little disappointed. Currently, I'm getting this output. I don't know why the output's in completely the wrong order, but that's fine. I wonder if it's out of order in the result log. Yeah, it's out of order even in the result log. That's weird. Because this line comes from the commit. This line comes from the commit. This comes from the get remote call. And this comes from the push. Hey, what's up, OX Hash? Thank you for the follow. Sorry, you've seen me get to a point where things are not working, but it does mean that I'll work on something else, I guess. As you, I download the latest enterprise server and check the code for it, although I'm not very good for Ruby. Oh, GitHub Enterprise? Yeah, the problem is GitHub Enterprise is usually like many days behind. I have access to GitHub Enterprise at work, so I can look at it there, but yeah, I don't know that there's anything I can do about this, but it does mean that I will work on something else. What do I want to work on though? There was an interesting idea that I can probably do pretty quickly on stream. That I want to just get out of the way because it's an open issue and I know I can fix it. There's some background here. After Python 3.9, there will either be a Python 4 or there will be a Python 3.10. I could work on Babby. You're right. I could work on Babby. Let me introduce this first. See how it sounds, and then let me know if you want me to work on Babby or not. After 3.9, there will be 4.0 or 3.10. Either of which will break a lot of things. The first, like, Python 4, in my opinion, breaks more things than 3.10, mostly because I've already started fixing them. But if we look at, for instance, 6, the popular library that people use to write Python 3 porting, you'll notice that even 6 has a bug here, in that if you write code that switches on this py3 variable, when Python 4 comes out, you'll suddenly have Python 2 code running again, which is pretty shitty. So basically, I want to write a linter that checks. Oh, this is just completely fucked. This 6 itself is going to be broken in Python 3 or in Python 4. That's really bad. Like this can never. This will do exactly the wrong thing. That's so shitty. Oh, that's so shitty. But anyway, yeah, like the linter, what the linter would do is check for things that either do this check, or they do checks like this, or they'll do checks for the 3.10 problems. The 4.0 problem, I don't think 4.0 will get released. I think they'll realize that, like, this would literally break everything, and so they won't do that. But 3.10 has a similar problem, but it's a little more subtle and a little harder to, or at least fewer things run into it. The problem with 3.10 is a lot of tools use sys.version. Oh yeah, exactly right here. They'll use sys.version, which is a string, and in Python, like, let's say in 3.8, 3.7, sys.version:3 will give you the Python version that you have. It'll print out 3.7. But I made a fake binary of Python 3.10, and if you run this, sys.version will suddenly report that you're running Python 3.1. And so a lot of code needs to be updated to not do this like version slicing here. But the idea behind this issue here was to make a linter that detects all these things. And so my idea was to implement this as a flake8 plugin and build that. Nobody expected Python to live this long. Yeah, seriously. OXHash. I've been planning on setting up some automation for some projects where I run a script to set everything up. GitHub repository, folder for project, megabase file, etc. Yeah, it makes sense. There's a lot of tools that do this. So there's what's it called? Cookie Cutter is the popular one. I don't really like Cookie Cutter myself. I usually just copy and paste the previous project that I worked on. And so that's how I get up to speed pretty quickly. Why does it truncate that? Oh, so this slice is saying take the first 3 characters of the string, and so that's why you get this out. You're never really supposed to slice this string here, because it's just like a free-form string that has some information in it. It's not meant to be structured. But you can use sys.version_info, which is what you should really be using to get this out, and then you can get that in that string in a consistent way by doing this. And so my linter would detect the previous way and suggest that you do this instead. Does that sound fine? I think I'm gonna work on that. Flake8 plugin to prevent Python 3.10/Python 4.0 breakage. Really living in the year 2022 here. Yeah, so this hopefully won't be a problem for another year or so. If we look at the release schedule, Python 3.9, is that a thing yet? Yeah. So the 3.9. So 3.10 will start when, I guess 2020. The accepted one? Draft. So maybe not. Maybe this won't be true. But presumably, so the development starts on the next version when the beta starts. So in theory, this will be a problem all the way already in February of next year. Wow, that's way sooner than I thought was going to be a problem. I guess it's good that I've started fixing these things already. But it'll be nice to have like a linter that checks these. Or at least it'll make it easier to automatically find a bunch of these problems. Yeah, I'll show you how to set up a flake8 plugin and we'll go from there. That sounds good. Usually what I do when I'm trying to set up a flake8 plugin is I'll look at one that I've written before. I've only written one before, despite being a flake8 maintainer. I guess I've written 2 now. But the basic way that you set these up is you have a setup.cfg file or setup.py if you're doing the old metadata way. And you register your extension using an entry point. So you just say like flake8.extension. This tells flake8 through the entry point machinery that I'm going to run this plugin, and it should produce codes that match this prefix here. We'll do basically the same thing in our plugin, and then go from there. The thing that I'll probably spend most of the time on implementing this is the AST parsing, because that's the actual interesting part. I know Beasley. I've met him a couple of times in person. He has some really cool talks and like some really crazy shit that he works on. But he likes the sharper parts of Python. Yeah, so I'm basically gonna take this template and go from there. the other thing. Oh, I already cloned it. Perfect. Oh, right, because we were gonna do GitHub Actions in it. Not anymore. What should I call this thing? flake8-2020? flake8-2020? I think flake8-2020. I like that name. See if it's taken. It's available. It's maybe not descriptive enough. Maybe flake8-2020? No, flake8-2020 is kind of nice. I'm gonna go with that, unless you guys suggest a better name. flake8-2020. Initial empty commits. So here's where we're just going to copy and paste what I did before, and then we'll just edit the code until it's at a place where we can start iterating on it. As type pipelines, coverage RC, we'll make a new file, git ignore, license, pre-commit config, our readme, requirements, setup.cfg, setup.py, and talks.ini. Shoot. Okay, so we have kind of our setup here. This is the coverage RC, which is pretty standard. This doesn't happen anymore. This got copy and pasted from pre-commit. I'll eventually normalize this. Sarcastic Dante's gotta go. Thanks for stopping by, friend. I'll see you around in the future. And if you want to watch the rest of it, it'll be on YouTube. In 2020, yeah. Let me check all the other files, make sure they're fine. Get ignore is alright. Pre-commit config. The standard tools that I usually use. They're a little old, so we can run pre-commit auto update. It will automatically pick the latest versions for me, which is neat. Pipelines. Yeah, we're gonna just test Python 3.6 and 3.7. Seems fine. Why support older Pythons? This will have to change a bunch. Did I make flake8 walrus? Did I set up CI for this? I did. And this I think is my most recent project. So the next definition ID, that definition ID is 26, so this one will be 27. 27. Oops. We'll replace that with flake8-2020. flake8 plugin which checks for misuse of sys.version or sys.version info. This will become a problem when Python 3.10 or Python 4.0 is released. Hey, what's up, Jimmy Grock? Thank you for the follow. presumably during the year 2020. This will become a problem when Python 3.10 or Python 4.0 exists, presumably during the year 2020. I think my code is going to be Y2K. Although wait, I think they have to be all letters. Maybe YTT, year 2020. I hate markdown tables, they're so gross. Rationale. Lots of code incorrectly references the sys.version and sys.version info members. In particular, this can cause some. In particular, this will cause some issues when the version of Python after Python 3.9 is released. My current recommendation is 3.10 since I believe it breaks less code. Here's a few cases where accessing version. Here's a few patterns that will cause issues. Python version equals sys.version :3. In Python 3.10, this will report as 3.1. I'll add a few other examples. Python 10, this will report as 1. Let's see. In Python 4, this will report as false. Should also put the correct way to do this. Give some correct examples here. Way to do this is pi3 equals sys.version info greater than 3. Have you done anything with your custom editor? Not in a while. I guess I did get the horizontal scrolling almost working. It's not done yet, but it will be. Like once I figure out there's like some bug and I don't remember the bug. But when you shrink the window down and you arrow over it, it works. It mostly works. There is some bug, but I don't remember what it is. Because this looks correct. It's also possible that I fixed the bug. Right. I have to find like a really, really long line. None of these are long enough. So I could just make a file with a really long line. Oh, this file has a really long line. Probably, this is what I was testing with before. Okay, so if I press right now, it should go over. And if we go left, it should go back, yeah. And if I get to the C, it should go over. It did. Oh, see, it's broken here. It should let me press right one more time here. But it doesn't. So there's an off by 1 error there. And I bet that's off by 2 when we get to here. It's like, it gets slightly more broken as you go along. Also, the, this should not be that close to the edge. I imagine if I get to here, yeah, it lets me go over the edge here. I bet we get an error, we get a crash there, yeah. Anyway, I have to fix that. But yeah, single line side scrolling. That's how it works in Nano, and I'm used to that, so that's why I'm implementing it that way. I find that full file scrolling, full file scrolling is a lot easier to implement, but I find that it's less useful. Like for instance, if I have like, say, if I have this and I want to edit this line here, I'll show you what it does in Nano, and then I'll show you what it does in Vim. Like in Nano, I can still see all the rest of the code of the file while I'm just editing this particularly long part over here. But in Vim, well, Vim by default has wrapping, but if we set no wrap, Vim, if you scroll over here and you're looking at this little piece of file way over here, you lose all of the like context that you had in the rest of the file. So maybe I needed to know what was imported here, I can't anymore. Maybe I wanted to see like what class I'm working on, I can't anymore. But Vim also takes a different approach to scrolling than Nano does. Vim keeps track of... Vim's works the same as their vertical scrolling. That looks pretty trippy. That's just me jumping around in this line. But then Vim handles it the same way as their vertical scroll. Oh, their vertical scrolling is even different. They only scroll one line at a time. Whereas in Nano and in Babby, when you get to the bottom, it scrolls half a page at a time. Which I like. But I don't know. It's my editor. I can experiment with it. I can figure out what I like, what I don't like, and get there eventually. Wow. So I play music in the background using YouTube, and they've decided to give me an ad for YouTube Premium. No, thank you. I'd like to continue listening. Thank you very much. But yeah, I want to, like, maybe if I get this Flake8 Pro done quickly, and I haven't been streaming for, well, my stream time is gone now because my stream dropped. I've been going for 3.5 hours, even though uptime is probably just gonna say 30 minutes. Yeah. Stupid dropped stream, stupid frames. Ugh. But yeah, maybe we'll work on getting that horizontal scrolling working better. But the problem is it's a bunch of like fiddly math that I don't quite have right. And I'm pretty sure it needs to know the length of the line in order to do it properly as well. But right now, yeah, this is the like fiddly math that I currently have that kind of works but kind of doesn't. Maximum of self.x -6 to 0. So either the current position -6, or if it's within the first 6 characters, it's always 0. Then integer divide that with the length of a line, of a scroll line, so without the 6 characters of margin on the left. And then multiply it, yeah, I don't know. I don't. This math is wrong, but it's very close to being right. But there's like fiddly off by ones in so many places here. Like this could be plus or minus 1. This could be plus or minus 1. This could be plus or minus 1, and that alone is 8 off by ones. But then there's a plus or minus 1 here. I don't know. I need to fix this. Haven't done that yet. So that is no configuration. Oops, deleted too much. And we'll eventually put the version number in there. This can be 8. Okay, so I think the README is done. I want to grab this. Put it in here, and then version 000. And replace this with flake8-2020. And YTT. Oops, there's one more 0 that I missed there. And we don't need import lib metadata, we only need flake8. And we're only going to support Python 3.6, and this is my standard MyPy configuration. Probably dog food my own. Oh, this is not gonna work. Okay. That's fine. And some tests. And I think I can actually copy the implementation of that other plugin and adjust it. Even though there's gonna be a bunch of cruft that I just need to delete. Because this is the data that is in the other linter. This. I did that little arrow trick because that resets nano, so if I go too far I can just undo. But I didn't go too far. Don't need this. We do need a visitor. I don't know what its information is going to be yet, so we can cut out all of this. Need imports. Oh, we will need imports. We'll get to that in a bit, though. Oh, we do need import the metadata. Dang it. In Python version, I don't need this. We don't have any options. We can get rid of that. Need the AST tree. We need to visit it. think that's all we'll need to do. So the way flake8 plugin works is it calls this run function, which yields the line number, the column number, the error message, and then the type of the visitor. Flake8 doesn't use this at all. I don't know why it's required. It's a little bit clunky and like can, as far as I understand, could always be just inferenced from the runtime, but that's what flake8 does. Should get us to something. Self dot, what was it, errors equals a list, well, empty string, empty list. This has to be a list of tuple of int stir. Demo Fighter 999 asks, what are you building? Today I'm working on a flake8 plugin to prevent Python 3.10/Python 4.0 breakage, and I'm starting from scratch. So I've written almost no code. This is almost entirely copy paste from another repo, but I'm just getting things set up so that I can start iterating on this. Test.py. Actually, I should look at how the tests work here. There's this like run thing that I did that made it easy. F results. Reuse that function. So it just grabs the plugin. Guess I can do that from import plugin. So it just invokes the plugin by parsing the AST and then running the run function. Def test OK. So a string that's okay, the empty string should pass. This should pass. The expected string that we want that's okay should pass. System version info. These should technically import sys. But that's something to get started with. Insert results s is equal to the empty set. That should get us a test. And then we should be able to start testing stuff. And once I get to that, then I'll commit it, and then I'll start building it. I guess I could just build it all in one commit. Why does not fine? Alright. And we're missing coverage, which is to be expected. Oops. Okay, we're missing line 16. And we're missing line 31 and 30 to 31. Okay, yeah, because we don't have any errors yet. So now we should write a test that fails. Test slicing of sys version string. results. Ret equals results. Port sys print sys.version :3. Basically the problem we're trying to fix. Actually, not it, but we just stick these on their own line. Line 2 colon column, not colon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe. YTT0101. Sys.version slice will record incorrectly in Python 3.10. Use sys.version info. Okay, so that should give us a failing test. Because I forgot parentheses. How do I make this shorter? Is that version slice incorrect in Python 3.10? Use that version info. So we should have a failing test. Good. Now we need to be able to detect that slice. So we'll get a visit subscript, I believe, for the slice. AST.subscript. I'm tired of running talks, it's too slow. So I'm just gonna make a VM instead and access it from there. Wait, Q should not have been successful. So this output is... If I quit, what is the exit code? Q should not be green. Also, we shouldn't have this underscore here. Ugh. How do I fix that? Does this get exposed somewhere? It does not. Oh well, we'll just leave it then. It's like slightly, like tiny microbug, but just let it be. I don't have a text message. Vector code? No one ever texts me, I just get 2-factor codes. Oh, right. So AST Pretty is a tool that I wrote that makes dealing with ASTs a lot easier, because by default, this is what they look like by default, which is not very useful. And then there's ast.dump, which also is not all that useful. So I made this thing, which pretty prints them. Oh, I think this is much easier to understand than this. Yeah, we have a slice here. There's what we want to see, and this is the attribute on the other hand. So we want to check if the value, and it's always the best practice when you're writing an AST visitor to generic visit at the end. This allows the recursion to work properly. Is instance node.value ast.attribute and is instance node.value.value ast.name and node.value.value.id is equal to sys and node.value.adder is equal to version. So this is subscripting sys.version. Subscript is a slice. That's where we put our error message. Is this check going to catch something like eval? No. Fuck eval. It's not happening. Okay, so we should almost get a test pass, but looks like our test is slightly wrong. Actually, okay, we'll just make QA this. But now you're too long. Okay, so we should have a passing test now. But we're not handling all the cases here, so slicing of sys version from imported. So if we from import version, it's not going to catch it right now. So we should fix this case as well. Line 2, do the same offset. Yeah, so the from import is not being caught, so we need to handle from imports. Visit from import self node. Is it from import or is it import from? I can't remember. It's import from. What'll this be? Mapping from string to set of string? Or maybe a mapping from string to string and like module, like imported name to module. Yo, what up, Quick Floor? I miss you too, bud. How's your Saturday? Things are going alright with me. My internet's shitty right now, so I'm a little peeved about that, but other than that, it's going well. I also spent 3 hours trying to do a thing with GitHub Actions, only to realize that it's probably not possible, or like not working. You just watched 3 ads for me. I don't make any money from ads on Twitch yet. I need to get to partner status before the ads actually pay out for me. But right now they pay out just for Twitch, which is a bummer. But eventually I'll be able to monetize, maybe. But yeah, I'm working on a flake8 plugin right now. That's going alright. So quick floor. Earlier in the stream I accidentally showed some personal information, so if you want to rewatch the VOD on YouTube when it goes up, assuming I remember to, or I don't remember to edit it, I did a dumb. Actually, it's already up on Twitch, so if you watch the Twitch VOD, you'll be able to find some personal information. I can't sub you from Iran, and all that you can do is watch it. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. It's fine. It's completely fine. Oh, a lot of people are here. Can you guys hear that? Maybe only when I talk you can hear it? Because my mic isn't picking it up. They're making a racket out there. Cut your neck? Oh, that's unfortunate, my dude. What's next? Exciting. Are these song lyrics? Sounds like song lyrics. What is it, Eminem? Cut my neck. Don't know who this is. But you're right, those are lyrics. Okay, so we're gonna use a default dict for the from imports. Actually, no, I don't think I need that. I think I just need dict. It's my internet. My internet is shitty. I'm sorry. It's me. Yeah, I know my stream is crappy. It's my ISP's fault. I have a couple ideas on how to maybe fix it, but you know, it's not great. I'm not happy about it at all. I'm very unhappy about it, in fact. But I don't think there's much I can do about it today. I mean, I can afford good internet. It's just like there's something broken about my upstream. The stream is fine for me. Well, I can definitely see that it's not fine because like this dropped frames number is very, very large. Usually it's 0, like straight 0, and this keeps blinking from green to yellow or orange or whatever. And I'm streaming at like half the bit rate that I usually stream at, and it's shitty. It's like 2% of my content is you just can't see it. But yeah, it's not fine. Yeah, I know. It was way worse. So last week I was getting 40% drop. But right now I'm getting close to 40% drop. Just bad. It's just bad. I don't know what to say. But yeah, I was like, well, let me make sure this is not PII. But yeah, this is my stream essentially, and every one of these drops here is when I lost frames, and this red here is when I'm losing lots of frames. Yeah, to the point where like I'm supposed to be streaming at 30 FPS, and like it was great here, but then like these last few minutes have just been really bad, like really bad. I wonder if it's due to the lawn people somehow. It makes sense because they just showed up. Maybe could try streaming by mail if you want. Yeah, let me just get a hard drive and email it to something. What is your download and upload? I'm supposed to have gigabit down and 10 megabit up, which is plenty to stream at 500 kilobit. Like, I should be able to stream at this bitrate with like DSL, but yeah, it's shitty, and I don't know what I can do about it. But there's 2 things I'm gonna try. The first is the dude from the ISP that came out said that there was an unusual amount of voltage on the line, and coaxial cable is supposed to have no voltage. It's supposed to be like it's supposed to be yeah, it's supposed to be essentially a deadline, but he said there was like 30 volts of current or whatever, and that probably means that there's improper grounding somewhere, and improper grounding could lead to any sort of thing, but it's probably causing like interference and stuff and all sorts of grossness. But I'm pretty bummed about it. You can probably tell in my voice because I'm like a little sad about it, but it's what I'm trying to deal with, and I think like some content is better than none, and worst case I can always I will always upload these to YouTube, so you'll still be able to get the content there. But I'm gonna try and have my landlord send out an electrician and hopefully fix the grounding issue. Also because I'm pretty sure it's a fire hazard, so like let's fix that, I guess. And then if that doesn't work, I'm gonna try and pay for a higher upload speed, because it might just be like it might just be that their capping software is broken or something. Don't worry, Anthony, I already upgraded your internet on your behalf. Yeah. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise too. Yeah, to where be a fire hazard. That's what I'm gonna say, so hopefully my landlord will prioritize it. It's like if I just be like, yeah, my internet's shit. I think it's because of bad wiring. But if I say fire hazard, I think she'll like send someone out like immediately. At least that's the hope. Because I want to get back to streaming at better quality, because watching the frames drop is not fun. It definitely sets me on edge, and rather not be on edge, you know. But yes, get this going again. Twister Firestarter, yeah. Fire Hazard P4, yeah. Won't fix. Yeah, but that's my thought. Like, I think if I say like, my internet's bad because of voltage, because of improper grounding, that's like a P4. But if we talk about like, grounding being a fire hazard, which it is, like improper grounding can lead to fires. And probably higher than like a P4. I think the law would step in if you reported a fire hazard. I'm not going to report it to like police. I'm going to just like call my landlord. But if my landlord does nothing about it, then I can get other things involved. Tell your landlord you've already called the police. No, I have a good relationship with my landlord, even though I've never met her. So I'm not gonna squander that. Like if I have to go nuclear, then I'll step it up. But I'm just gonna start with a quick email. Go from there. Internet companies are the worst. I usually fix my internet by myself. Yeah, the dude that came out was really nice though. He's like, yeah, I would have fixed this for you, but I'm not an electrician and I don't want to get hurt on the job. And he's like, he was really nice. Like he reset up all of my stuff and like tested everything and like showed me where the drops were happening and like basically debugged my network for me. And he's like, yeah, it's somewhere between the pole and your house. So gotta fix it there, because he went outside and like disconnected everything and was able to show it working out there. I guess like crazy town, I could disconnect the wire from the outside and put my router out my window and stream using that, but I think that's a little bit jank. Maybe your Twitch viewers should donate for a good internet. No, I have good internet. It's just like there's a hardware problem somewhere. Impossible since he's in America. Yeah. Yeah, the average internet in America is pretty bad. Average internet speed by country. List of countries by internet speed. Thank God for Wikipedia. Overall internet speed according to Akamai. Yeah, the US is 10th. I wonder if we can do it by state. US average is 18.7. Oh, Michigan's in the top whatever. Nice. Where's California on here? California is there. DC is the highest. That doesn't surprise me. States with the slowest internet speed. Not going to fucking Idaho. That's for sure. Ohio. Worst state ever. Oh, here's the actual graph. Wow, most of them are below average. I guess that makes sense. Like you, well, you have California that's above average, so that kind of skews the rest of the states. Huh. Interesting. But, yeah. Homeland is number 2. Nice. Wikipedia is not asking for donations. That's a new one. They always need donations. I've donated to Wikipedia. Been super useful all the time. Michigan kids, yeah. Idaho has the best potatoes. Yeah, they do. Increase your internet speed with Python. Yeah, let me download more RAM as well. Dirty Mind Albion says, good night, thanks for the stream. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you around in the future. Where is Rhode Island? You mean on a map? Or on the list? On a map, we scroll out. That was dangerously close to my home. Rhode Island is... Make maps work better for you. Okay. Rhode Island is this little state right here. On the eastern side of the US. Right over her. Someone was talking about states in the Northeast the other day, and they said New Hampshire. which I thought was hilarious. This is New Hampshire. Download better internet too. Yeah, download more RAM, download better internet. Yeah, it's not even an island. There's parts of it that are island-ish. Like, this is islandish. But most of it is definitely part of land. But it's itty bitty state. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that Idaho has the worst internet. Fake advertising. Yeah, I want my money back. Okay, for name and node.names. If not, this should be for alias. If not, alias dot as name, self dot from imports alias dot name equals node dot module. This will allow us to keep track of all the from imported names. Speed MBS equals 100 set internet speed. Yeah, if only. What are you working on at the moment? Working on a flake8 plugin. The flake8 plugin is going to prevent. You can probably hear it when I talk because I have a pop filter, but a lot of people are pretty loud right now. We're working on a flake8 plugin that prevents misusage of sys version and source version info, which will break whenever Python 3.10 or 4.0 comes out. Presumably around the year 2022 is when it'll finally drop, but it'll start being a problem mid 2020. So I want to make a flake8 plugin to prevent that class of errors before it's a problem. I can show you like some of the things. I've already fixed a bunch of these in a bunch of projects, but it'll be nice to have a linter that easily identifies them. How will it break? I'll show you, for instance. So I've compiled a Python 3.10 binary, but I just changed the version info to pretend it's Python 3.10. And let me show you one example. Virtualenv. I already had to fix Virtualenv because Virtualenv was broken. In fact, this version of Virtualenv is broken, so here's one example of breakage. Let me just upgrade Virtualenv so that it works. But yeah, I had to fix Virtualenv because Virtualenv was not working. But yeah, so Virtualenv was crashing because it was assuming Python 3.1 instead of 3.10, which pip is also broken. So if we pip install pre-commit, there's going to be a bunch of output here, and we'll scroll back up to some stuff after it's done. But here's another example. Oh, that one's fine. Here's an example of some other breakage. This wheel should have just been called Py3 none any, but because wheel is slightly broken, this ended up getting the wrong name here. So this is a non-pure Python wheel, despite it being pure Python. But another problem here is this is getting evaluated incorrectly. So it's installing the typing module even though Python version is 3.10, but it's being compared against 3.5 because it's computing it as 3.1 because they have the same bug that I talked about before. Where's another one? Yeah, like here's another one. Like it shouldn't have installed futures because 3.10 is greater than 3.2, but it installed anyway. But there's a bunch of bugs like this, and they all come down to somebody doing code that's like sys.version:3. Shit. Syntax error, whatever. Sys.version:3, and so even though it's Python 3.10, it's being recorded as Python 3.1. And so we're gonna have to fix a bunch of shit to do it right. This is the correct way to compute that little string. But I've been running around to a bunch of repos and fixing them up. You know, like my it's gonna be so annoying. There's like very few mosquitoes here, but they usually get me. Ugh. What would be the problem if 4 comes out? Ah, yes. Let me show you. So there's this very, very popular Python porting library called 6, and 6 defines a bunch of different things that help you normalize between Python 2 and Python 3, and that's great. That part of 6 is awesome. But it also defines these constants. And the particular one I've highlighted is problematic. And so normally Py3 reports true if you're working with a modern version of Python. But suddenly when Python 4 comes out, this will be false again. And so then the Py3 blocks will no longer run. They'll start running the Python 2 blocks again. Even though it's Python 4 and should be a modern version of Python. And in fact, if we scroll down in 6, this block will no longer run in Python 4 because it's using if Py3 when it should be using if not Py2, or this should be defined as greater than or equal to 3. But you know what? This is why I'm writing these linters, so that I'll be able to run the linter on 6 and be like, look, it's a problem, we need to fix this. I feel like they got it. No, they didn't get it right anywhere. This has the same exact problem. I don't know why they didn't think of this. Yeah, this has the same problem again. But like, I'll have to go through and fix all these. 6, unless someone else has already done it. I don't think the code that sees current 6 will ever see Python 4. I mean, Python 4... Well, so here's the, let's see, Python 3.9 release schedule. So things will already start testing against this very soon. So usually, when the first beta comes out of a Python version, that's when CPython forks the main branch into a feature branch. And so at that date right there is presumably when Python 3.10 will start existing, because it'll be the master version of CPython. And so February of 2020 is not very far away, and I think a lot of code will still be using 6 at that point. 6 is still one of the most installed libraries, and this is only like 5 months away, 6 months away, 7 months away. What month is it? It is August, which is the 8th month, so it is 6 months away. And I don't think in 6 months we'll just suddenly stop using 6, so we should really start fixing things now. Well, I don't think Python 4 will become a thing, is what I'm saying. Because I think the breakages from 3.10 are a lot easier to fix, but the breakages from Python 4 are very, very difficult to fix. The Py3 blocks will still work. Yeah, it'll work fine in Python 3. The Python 4 will suddenly start running these functions here, which there's no iter keys. Presumably there's no iter keys, unless they revert back to Python 2 behavior, which I don't... Why would they do that? There's no reason for them to do that. Yeah, it'll be a problem. That's why I'm trying to fix it. Okay, so I'm making an isSysAttr function so that I can get both the attribute name sys version as well as a from imported sys version. So we'll do return. Oops. This one case here. Yeah, exactly 80 characters. Nice. Or is instance node.value ast.name. Oh. This can be anything. And self.from import.get node dot. Oh, we don't want node.value here. Node. Or it's a name, and from imports.get node.id is equal to sys. I didn't know Python had a return or. Oh, this is just an expression. It's the same as doing like return true or true. Return true or true. It's the same as that. It just happens to be parenthesized to have a continuation. So this is just one big Boolean expression. It's not like Ruby's. It's not a. This isn't a ternary or a coalesce. This is a Boolean for. If nodes ast.name and node.id is equal to matter. And it's imported from sys. If true, else true. Oh, I mean, this is like a very silly example. This is always true. So if is sys version node.value and it's a slice. Does this fit on one line? Maybe? Close. It's gonna be close. Fuck. One character off. Okay, whatever. Go like this. Okay, so that should pass my test now. Oh, more than one character. It would have been 5 characters. Fine. Okay then. Cool. So that passes now. So that gets us one of the error codes that we wanted to handle. Is this YT101, which is sys.version slice. Oh, I hate markdown tables. They're so gross. Same, yeah. Ugh. I wish I never had to write markdown tables. I hate them so much that I invented my own markdown table syntax for pre-commit. Because pre-commit docs have tables in them. And I didn't want to really write HTML. Where are they? Yeah, like these tables. Imagine trying to do this code in markdown tables. You would just like, you'd have like a hilarious mess of like nested, and it'd be like 1,000,000 characters wide too. It would suck so much. So I invented my own syntax for that, where equals R is a row and equals C is a column, and columns can be indented, so like this code gets indented properly after the fact. And I made sure that this is still 4 space indents here. So like everything still lines up nicely, and I can press the tab character. I spent a lot of time trying to think of how I would make this table syntax better, but I really like what I did here, so I think it's a lot easier to understand what's going on here. Also, I think it's more readable. I don't know why they didn't do something similar, but it works nice for pre-commit. And if you get more complicated tables, any others? I guess this is probably the most complicated one, where it's like indented code blocks. But I wrote a little parser for this. Template live? Render table. Renders our custom table type. But it's basically just like a shitty parser. How does it work? Oh, I have these constants, row and col. Indent equals space times 8. Why is it 8? Oh, I guess the indented columns are 8 space indented. Yeah. Yeah, so it knows whether the code is indented or not, or whether a new cell shows up, and just manages a little state machine and builds a table out of it. But yeah, that's that. Because fuck markdown tables. Okay, so we implemented YTT 101, year 2020 101. Let's do YTT 102. So this is again, oh, I should not write the code first, we'll write the test first. Hey, what's up, Bix Plays? I haven't seen you on here for a real long time. I've seen you on Discord though, at least online. I don't know if you've said anything, but I've seen you lurking. But hey, how's it going? What's Mew? Mew is a great Pokemon. Actually, one of my favorite Pokemon. I particularly like Shiny Mew because it's a really cool blue color. It's also really hard to get in game, but I do have a legitimate Shiny Mew that I got in Emerald. This is English Emerald, so this is illegal. That's illegal. You can get it in Japanese Emerald with a ticket. I guess mine's not quite legitimate in that, like, I had an e-reader generate the ticket code, but yeah, it's close enough. But anyway, what's new? I'm working on a flake8 plugin. I also have a new chat command that says what I'm working on, which is kind of cool. I'm working on a flake8 plugin to prevent issues when the version after Python 3.9 comes out. Because both 3.10 and 4.0 will cause some problems, and so I want to make sure that that's fixed before that's a problem. And I'm just working on that right now. I was originally working on GitHub Actions with the plan to make a GitHub action that automatically commits formatted code back to the pull request branch. But I hit a brick wall, which I think means it's impossible to do with the default permission set, and I don't know how to change the permission set, and so I kind of abandoned that after spending 3 hours hacking on it. But yeah, that was a little disappointing, but now I'm working on this and making some good progress. I finally fixed my computer after like 6 months of being too lazy to fix it. Nice. Man, if my computer was broken, that would be like #1 priority. In fact, like last time my computer broke, I that night went and ordered parts, and the next, I think it was like 2 days later, I was already putting together the current beast, and had finished it in time to stream right after that. It was definitely a thing. Let's see, dev test indexing this version. I have spare ones. Wow, I do have I have a spare laptop. I don't have a spare desktop though. I don't know what I would do with 2 desktops, but I do use my laptop when I don't use my tower, so it works out pretty fine. To be honest, I just ended up using my phone and tablet for anything. I guess that's fair. I hate using my phone. If I could get away with not using a phone ever, I think I'd be completely fine. I like keyboards. I like to see things. I like to be able to spread stuff out, and like have nice screens. Tapping away on a tiny thing just kind of sucks. Actually, I feel like this code is probably not the right. This should not be T102. Different code. So I guess we're implementing T302 or 301. I use my laptop as a tower, and that works out. I mean, if you can get enough oomph on a laptop, you can get away with using it as a tower. I've also been getting back into game development. Nice. That's good. I haven't worked on my games in quite a while. Partially because I like lost a lot of motivation, but I don't know. I feel like one of my games is mostly done, and the other one is just like I'm so far from being able to start, and I have so many things that I'd rather work on that I'm just probably never gonna work on it. But that's fine. This is a stupid comment. Get rid of that. Oh, I should show the test failing first. Hey, what's up, Sayub? Thanks for the follow. Sorry I butchered your name. Oh, I didn't finish writing the test. Finish writing the test. We'll have one failing test and we'll improve it. Actually, we'll do both tests because I already wrote the helper function that makes the other one trivial. Pi major equals sys.version 0. This would be line 2. Last time it was 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's right before the version constant. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sys.version x is incorrect in Python 10. Use sys.version info. I guess sys.version 3 would be problem in Python 3.10. Sys.version 0 is incorrect in Python 10. Leave a note for myself for later. Okay, that should give us our failing tests now. does. We're getting an empty set, and we should be getting some lint air. ast.int, I think it's number. No.slice dot n is equal to 0. NTT301 equals sys.version 0 is incorrect in I like that better. Although it's probably this :3. Python 10 use sys version info. Module AST has an attribute number. AST.num. Oh, but I changed this up here. Changed too many things at once. I'm not doing proper TDD. What did I name that test? Indexing. No.slice is an index object. What? Okay. That's not what I expected. Easy fix though. What is your message fix, please? X has an attribute and right value.n. One of the two I missed probably the test. Okay. So that's that rule implemented. Isn't it obvious it's me opening and taking a sip of my cola? Nice. Oh, yeah, I get it now. I guess I had to say it out loud for it to be a little bit more obvious. That's great. Okay, so we got the first code and the third code. 0, 1, 3, 2. So now I need to write a test for this. 102. System version 2 is incorrect in Python 3.10. Use system version info. I know I said 3 down here, but technically sys version like 1 and 4 would be wrong too, but I don't have a good error message for it, so I'm just gonna ignore that. Plus, who in the right mind would do that? Hopefully no one. But this should be 211, probably. We should have another failing test. And we should be able to just copy and paste this. Equals 2, B102. So that should come on that code. Oh, the test is wrong. I forgot to change this. Oh, I forgot to change the test. I310 indexing. And oh. There's too many places where this string is different. Okay, so that implements that one. And then should update this table while I implement these. Oh, I got rid of the word slice. This version 2 is incorrect in 3.10. Then we have 301, which we implemented. Really living in the future here. The other ones we wanted to do is version info 0 equals 3, which is a little bit complex. Oh, we also wanted to detect 6.53. I wonder if Python Future has the same problem. What? Where do they define their things? Okay. Future at least does it correctly. Yeah. So if you're using this constant from this library, it works fine. Does not work fine in 6. Let's try and implement this one. I should get rid of this, like, is incorrect problems. Because it could be correct if you're very, very careful somehow. Like maybe I just change it to sys.version referenced. Fuck up my table again. Oh, I hate this. I hate these tables. This will make a lint for 6.py3 and sys.versioninfo equals 3. Were there any others that I wanted to care about in that original issue? Was that? It's gone. We'll have to open up the tab again. But I keep referencing it. Obvious one, this obvious one. Oops. I want to check these other PRs that I've made to make sure that they look fine. Or like that I'm catching all the patterns that are necessary. This is the same slice, 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 another slice. Same. Yep. This one I don't think I can detect. Fine. This one again I don't think I can detect, so that's fine. Can't detect that one. This is another regex. Well, this is the same PR. Why did you link the same PR twice? I also had one to virtualenv. Let me look at the virtualenv one. Bashes him. Oh. Nice. This one wasn't wrong, but I made it simpler. For all slice problems. With that one. This one, 2, blob. The way virtualenv works is it builds a file into like a gzip blob and then sticks that at the bottom of the file. But the files get generated from these embedded files. It's a little tricky. Works well though. Colon.3. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know that I'd be able to detect that one. It is wrong, but I would have to parse the format string. I don't want to do that, even though I've done it before. I'm not gonna do that. We're just gonna pretend that one's okay. All still :3s. Oh, there's this one. That'll be caught. And this one. This will report 2 errors, one for 310 and one for one for Python 10 and one for Python 310. Okay, I'm convinced that the cases we're handling right now will be sufficient. Okay, cool. Now we gotta implement the more complicated one, which is the equality check. Test pi4 comparison to version 3. There's 2 cases here that I should care about, I think. There's like this sys.version info 0 equals 3 and sys.version info slice 1 equals 3. Oh, fuck this second one. No one's gonna do it. We'll just check this one. Someone can make a small PR to fix the other one if they want to. Oh. This one should just be used greater than or equal to. So we have our tests. Maybe I can spell. Cool. We have our 2 failing tests. Now we need to implement these. This is error code 201. Dot version info 0 equals 3 referenced. Is greater than or equal to. Oh, I don't need to know QA this one. If it's under the line count. Weird. So for this one, we're going to visit a compare. Seriously, have no clue what to add to my game next. It's been a while, Bix plays. What does your game do? Visit comparse. I can definitely spell here. I fixed comparse by going to compasse. Oh, it's a platformer. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember now. Was that the one with the moving blocks? Am I forgetting? Or am I mixing it up with a different streamer? Oh, that's another streamer? Okay. Let's see. So we have a lot of things to assert here. We basically have to assert that we're a subscript on the left. It's a subscript of an attribute, and the attribute is... well, it's either an attribute or it's a name, and this has to be the sys version info. And then it has to be a slice, and the slice has to be 0. Jesus, that's a lot. What is PDB? Is it like GDB but for Python? Yeah, that's the idea. It's a built-in debugger to Python. There's a bunch of other Python debuggers. I happen to use PDB because it's built in, I don't have to install things, and it works well enough. There's parts where it sucks, but it's pretty good. But yeah, it works a lot like GDB. A lot of the commands are the same as well, like setting breakpoints and continuing, stepping up, or doing next, or etc. But there's also like, I think one of the more popular ones is like IPDB, which is like an IPython debugger, which drops you into an IPython shell. And then there's PUDB, which is a visual terminal debugger. It uses curses to like give you a debugging pane and all sorts of neat things. But I'm plenty happy just using PDB. It's always there and it's dead simple, I guess. Kiwi Shocks asks, Anthony's code is open source just for fun, or is it part of your job? So it's not part of my job, but I do spend some of my work time working on open source, partially because Lyft uses a lot of the software that I maintain. But open source for me is just a thing that I do for fun. Yeah, I enjoy like working on projects and like having other people use my stuff, and so that's why I like open source. But yeah, I don't really get much out of open source other than just like being able to work on something and having people recognize that. Then again, like it is a good like it's kind of cool to be like, oh, I work on PyTest, and have someone be like, oh well, wow, we use that for literally everything. Thanks for working on that. Like that's kind of cool to me. But yeah, I'm getting nothing out of building what I'm building right now, to be honest. I don't even think I'm probably gonna run it once and then never use it again. But it might be useful for other people. So who knows? To be honest, I never even planned to have as much as I do in this game, as there's basically supposed to be a player and platforms. You can move and jump on the platforms, like a bare minimum required to be considered a game. Nice. Good boy points. Yeah, that's what I do it for Tuborn. Is it a subscript? And is this version info node.left.value? So is it a subscript of sys version info? And node.left.slice is spelled wrong. Is instance Noid. Node.left.slice is instance of index, and node.left.slice.value is a number. And n is equal to 0. So this part here is just sys.versioninfo equals 0. And then we have to check the length of the operators. And the length of node.ops is equal to 1. So we're making sure it's not a compound comparison. And node.ops 0 is instance node.ops 0 and a quality check. And node.comparators 0 is a number, and node.comparators 0.n is equal to 3. Crazy if statement, but I think it does what I want. But then we have to think about which line number we want. Probably the subscript, so node.left. Does this one fit? No. Okay, so that should give us that. And our test pass. Cool. What do we have left to implement? YTT202. This.py3 6.py3 referenced. .py3, not sys.py3. Test py for usage of 6.py3. Test. Run 6 import py3. You work with code and spend at least part of your free time coding for fun. Never had some symptoms or thoughts about being burnt out? I mean, sometimes I feel burnt out and like I'll be unmotivated to work on stuff. I actually think streaming has helped a lot with burnout because it makes me feel less alone while writing code. If that means anything, I guess. Like I like to be able to explain stuff and be able to, like, I guess teach in some ways. I'm not like I don't know that I'm actually teaching, but sometimes I feel like I'm providing some amount of education to the stuff that I'm working on, or at least like you guys can see how I approach problems, and like maybe that helps you. But it also, like, just working on code alone sometimes is not as fun. And like, don't get me wrong, like streaming is super draining. Like, I actually think it's way more work to stream and like talk about the code and all that stuff. Like, I think that's it's a lot. But I also think it feels more rewarding, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, burnout is definitely a thing that I think about a lot. One of the bad jokes that I make is that, like, because I use Nano, which is a really shitty text editor, it makes me a slower programmer. And you already see that I work pretty quickly, but imagine if I used Vim, how much more code I would write. And the bad joke is, like, if I used a better text editor, I would burn out way quicker. But I don't know how valid that is. It's probably not at all valid, but I think it's funny. I love Nano, don't diss Nano. Chat loves to diss Nano. But Bix, did I show you I'm working on my own text editor? It's currently called Babby, which is a typo of Nano. But it opens text, you can't edit it, but the arrow keys work. And it scrolls, and you can resize the window. But I'm working on a text editor. It'll eventually get done. The thing that I'm working on right now is getting this horizontal scroll to work correctly. It looks like it works correctly, but it's definitely broken when lines are really long. But that's one of my projects that I'm working on to kind of like learn curses. And the crazy thing is like Nano is like, I don't know, 20 some odd thousand lines of C, and this is currently 300 odd lines of Python, and almost does a lot of the things that Nano does, which I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like, C is a lot more work, but I don't know. It's a cool thing. I'm happy with the progress I've made so far. This 6.py3 reference for use not 6.py2. That fits in one line. Yeah, the bot's pretty funny. Yeah, so this is the last thing to do. But the way I have to do this is different, because I need to check both attributes and names, and I can't just do that directly. That's fine. I guess we can show that this test is failing, and then we can go about fixing it. YTT202 6.py3 reference. Use not 6.py2. So where are you watching chat? Oh, I have a window that's slightly off screen to the right. That's how I see chat. It's the pop out Twitch window. Also, I realize now that I laughed at myself by typing out this command, but this is what I was giggling at. But yeah, that's how I watch chat. It's just like it's slightly to the right of where my virtual machine and my Chrome window are. I can also see chat on my other screen over here, but I think looking here is almost looking into the camera, so it's slightly less. What's the word? I don't know. Slightly more engaged is one way to put it. Okay, so let's do not the subscript, but let's do the attribute first. The dot reviews. Actually, I can just do is it looking for 6.py3? I will say though, with GNU/nano, it's weird that it uses Control X to save, and like some weird ass hotkeys or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, there's some weird keys. Like, I think the weirdest one for me is like, but then again, I've like muscle memoried all of them. I think the weirdest one for me is Control C to show like where the position is in the file. Like that one's just really weird to me. And Control backslash, which sends to quit usually, is like find and replace. I'm surprised it even has syntax highlighting. Wow, the syntax highlighting for Nano is really jank. It's just a series of like really bad regexes, and like they do have multi-line regexes, but they're super jank and like always broken. Like triple quoted strings rarely render correctly for me in Nano, but it mostly works. It's all right. But I'm gonna have to, or I plan to implement syntax highlighting myself as well. And so I'm gonna do a bunch of like research on how to do that the right way, I guess. Or like maybe give it several different modes of how to do syntax highlighting, because you could do like very basic syntax highlighting. I could probably support the nano RC syntax. I could do all sorts of things. Do I bother doing it this way? I think I should just do it separately. Is it attribute self node attribute? Let's see. So that's always true. The value is a name and it's 6, and the adder is pi3. Node dot line number. And this one surely will fit in the character limit. Finally. And this one should be if self.from imports node.id is equal to pi3, and it's imported from 6. To get those tests happening. How weird will it be writing an update for your text editor from within that text editor? Yeah, it's gonna be kind of weird. Especially if I like break it and I'm gonna have to like use an older version of it to fix it. Alright, spot the difference. Oh, there's a comma. Forget the comma here. Oh, I forgot the comma in the text. Error pi3. Right, that should be .get. And I think that's all the features I wanted to make, so now we gotta fix the coverage. 26. Spot the difference looking for it in 5 hours to realize you had a comment so period. Yeah, that happens all the time to me. Error, this comparison is never checked. Cool. That looks good. Did we implement all of these codes? Really? Huh. Collections unused. Union unused. Pict is not imported. Cool. See what Pregaman has to say about this. I probably forgot to type annotation somewhere. Off for now, peace. Thanks for stopping by, Bix. I'm almost done anyways, so I'm just gonna wrap this up and then cut the stream there, assuming that this passes. Incremental types and assignment. Version has type optional stir. Target has type stir. Oh. Right, because module is optional because this will result in none. Yeah, this will result in module being none. Module is not. The code handles it. Or the code is successful, whether like that type annotation is slightly wrong, or I can do this. This is more correct, I guess. Alright, well, I'm gonna off camera push this to PipePI and finish that stuff up. But let me do my wind down, and then we'll send us off somewhere else. So if you missed any part of the stream and want to catch that content later, I upload it, not to GitHub, I upload it to YouTube, and that's the same as my Twitch handle, so youtube.com/AnthonyWritesCode. I also announce my streams on Discord as well as on Twitter. The Discord is linked below, but you can also get the link from Bang Discord. We shoot the shit about programming stuff. It's kind of a fun little community. Sometimes we do, like, I help people with stuff, or people help each other. Kind of a nice place. I also announce on Twitter, so that's twitter.com/codewithanthony. Can't have my brand synergy, because it would be Anthony Writes COD, and that's not quite as good. Yeah, that's basically what I got. I see how interactions with people during streaming can help a lot. Feeling less alone, sharing knowledge, a lot of opportunities to have fun for sure. Besides the solution with streaming, you mentioned that you think a lot about it. Are you able to elaborate more at this topic? What do you mean by it? I was Googling, so I read a lot of people's stories and advice. Oh, for like burnout? I would still like to code stuff to improve myself, but when you know that... oh, burnout, yeah. I do think a lot about burnout, yeah. Yeah, I don't have any good... I really don't have any good advice about burnout, other than, like, if you notice yourself digging yourself into a hole, just, like, step back and take whatever time you need to not get burned out about stuff. For me, like, sometimes at work, I'll be working on a project that I don't really like, and, like, get to a point where it's like something that I feel like it's a lot of trouble to do, and so I'll just like I'll take a vacation or something. That works well for me. Our redemption, when are we getting a hand cam? You guys just want to see me type passwords on stream, don't you? I don't know. I don't have another webcam, so I'd have to get one. I don't have any plans for that, but maybe if there's interest, I could get one, and then you could see me tapping away on my keyboard. But till then, I don't have any plans to get a keyboard or a hand cam. Would be kind of fun. That's fine. I won't bother anymore. Sorry for my English and thanks. No, your English was completely fine. Don't apologize for that. You're great. But yeah, that's all I have for today. I'm gonna go find a stream to raid.